Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2026 New South Wales Rowing Championships, the largest edition of this regatta we've ever had this year, over 1,900 athletes. And if you remember Nationals in 2019, that was a big regatta here at Cirque, and this is bigger by about 15 athletes, which is incredible, showing the strength and depth, how this regatta just continues to grow year on year. 99 events for the next 3 days, contested by 1,417 crews. That's 286 races between now and 6 p.m. on Sunday evening. A massive few days, and if you're not sick of me already, you definitely will be by the end of the weekend. My name's Chris McCarthy. I'm joined in this first session by a very proud Victorian at the New South Wales Rowing Championships. Anta Cosmo, welcome to the commentary box and welcome to the great state of New South Wales.
Thank you very much for having me, and I'm not promising an unbiased broadcast when it comes to the Victorians. I'm very much rooting for Victoria in these races.
Well, we've never had an unbiased broadcast, so that's totally fine.
Keeping in within the spirit.
So Friday of state champs, it's morphed into a bit of a beast. It used to just be a few heats in the afternoon for some singles, but it's now become almost a full day. We've got pairs and singles heats this morning, starting with the under-23 women's pairs on the course at the moment. We're going to crown our first state championships in the para and under-19 pairs around lunchtime. Then our elite and under-21 heats, the para Coxed 4 final, and some very exciting under-19, under-23 semi-finals to conclude the day's racing. First heat is underway and through the 500 metre mark. So over in lane 3, Sydney University Boat Club, Alice Reddy, Scarlett Woodbury, coached by Phil Bergeron and Alan Bennett. Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4, Madison Joyens, Lily Wask, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. The West Australians in lane 5 who were leading at the 500 metre mark. That's Emma Pittman from Swan River, Imogen Hubbard from West Australian Rowing Club. Adelaide Rowing Club in lane 6, Tamara Bates, Grace Barrera. Sydney in lane 7, Ella Spalding, Hannah Ashley Carter. And Mercantile in lane 8, Catherine Ross and Mackenzie Pugh. So it was the West Australians leading through the 500 from the Sydney crew in lane 7, Spalding and Ashley Carter, and then the Adelaide crew, Tamara Bates and Grace Barrera, and then the Sydney University combination, Alice Reddy and Scarlett Woodbury. Top 4 through to the final tomorrow morning, and the remainder eliminated. At the moment, that looking like the West Australians, Sydney, Adelaide and Sydney University. Not too surprised to see the Adelaide girls up there. Tamara Bates, Grace Barrera in the under-19 women's 8 for Australia last year, but at the moment trailing behind these two West Australians. Good representation from over West here at the New South Wales State Champs.
It's actually very good to see that they've made the journey to Sydney, because I know last year there was a few challenges with that, so it's very good to see WA up in first place there.
Certainly a lot of time spent towing trailers across the Nullarbor. Some very dedicated coaches over there in Perth. I think we've got, not sure if these girls, we'll check the names later, but there's an under-21 8 tomorrow, which is a West Australian composite crew, which I suspect would be the bones of their youth 8. And most of these girls would be, I know the Adelaide girls are certainly still under 21 and will be in the youth 8 as well. So as it was through the 500, it is the West Australians, or Adelaide, moving up into second over Sydney. Some way back then to our chasing pack, so could be on for a good race for that final qualification spot to the final at the moment. The Sydney University girls just leading Sydney Rowing Club and Mercantile. Catherine Ross and Mackenzie Pugh, who will get a second chance if they don't make this final, because they're racing in the under-21 pair later on this afternoon.
Beautiful. It's quite close there between second and third, just coming through. The margins keep changing, which is nice to see, close racing, but I think it's starting to...
Yeah, certainly tight racing for our first race of the day. Beautiful conditions on the waters of the Sydney International Regatta Centre. Not a breath of wind, and looking like we'll get some reprieve from the heat, at least for the first day of competition. Only looking at about 27 degrees this afternoon. It will be warmer Saturday and Sunday, 35 degrees, which will be tough for those with there's plenty of athletes doing upwards of 5 or 6 races in a day tomorrow and Sunday.
Wow.
And plenty of athletes who may have to spend some time sweating down to weight, as you will, Ant.
Yes, the heat is good for me. I'm not complaining about it, but will see me around in a rain jacket for sure.
Yep, spare a thought for the lighties wearing the garbage bags tomorrow morning.
Not that desperate, not that desperate. No. This is these guys are making this look very, very easy. I think it's very easy as a spectator to forget how hard that is and what they're doing, just even in a pair. But they're making it. Oh, hang on, I take that back.
So the Adelaide girls, who have been rowing together in the pair for sort of at least 18 months now. They won the under-21 pair at the National Championships last year. Grace Barrera and Tamara Bates now leading by almost a boat length over the West Australians. So decisive move in the third 500 over the West Australians, leading comfortably over Sydney. Those top three crews will comfortably be through to the final, top four progressing. Tight battle for that last qualifying spot though. Sydney University have held that fourth position the whole way down the course. And the Sydney Rowing Club girls over there in lane 4. Madison joins the Penrith local. And Lily Wask really giving it to them, not letting them walk away with it comfortably for that last qualifying spot. And the Mercantile girls not quite out of it either, but be some sprint to make it into that top 4. So none of these crews easing off the gas in the closing strokes. About 200 metres left to row here. Our first race of almost 300 this weekend. And if every race can be this tight and this intriguing, we'll be on for a fantastic weekend. Tamara Bates and Grace Barrera of Adelaide Rowing Club, a decisive move in the third 500 to put themselves in the top qualifying spot for tomorrow morning's A final. An important regatta, this one, for selection purposes. The Rowing Australia Pathways coaching team and selectors will certainly have a keen eye on these two, looking to graduate from the junior Australian team to perhaps the under-23. It is Adelaide from the West Australians, from Sydney Rowing Club, from Sydney Uni at the moment. The second Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 4 there, starting to mount a charge, but I think they've left it too late. It is Adelaide Rowing Club. Tamara Bates, Grace Barrera, who crossed the line first. West Australians slipping back to second, but looking comfortable there in the closing strokes. Sydney Rowing Club, Spalding and Ashley Carter in third, tight for fourth, but Sydney University will just hang on and book themselves a spot in the A final over Joins and Wask of Sydney. And then girls from Mercantile, good first hit out on the course.
All right, to confirm the results from that race, that was Adelaide in first place with a time of 7 minutes and 46 seconds. Second was WARC and Swan River, the girls from WA. Third is Sydney Rowing Club. Fourth, Sydney University. Fifth, Sydney Rowing Club. And sixth, Mercantile Rowing Club.
Thank you, Anne. Heat 2 underway now, just through the 1,000 metre mark. Lane 3, another crew from Sydney Rowing Club, Nicole Vance and Amelia Carpenter. Lane 4 from Sydney University Boat Club, Alexandra O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers. Melbourne University in lane 5, Meg Dumbrell, Chloe Nevins. University of Queensland in lane 6, Gabrielle Ryan, Tyler Hutton. Lane 7 from Mercantile, Lucy Gillen, Eloise Adam. And in lane 8 from Mercantile, Sophia Purton and Gabby Price. At the 1,000 metre mark, it was close between Melbourne University and University of Queensland. So Melbourne University's Dumbrell and Nevins just leading over Ryan and Hutton of University of Queensland, and not too far back was Nicole Vance and Amelia Carpenter from Sydney, and then Mercantile's Lucy Gillen and Eloise Adam in fourth place. If Alex O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers aren't in the A final, that'll be a bit of an upset for the Sydney University girls. They're currently running fifth, but things pretty close between that top 4. and certainly still plenty of room left on the course to mount a charge here in the second half of the race.
Yeah, it's no secret who I'm rooting for in this race, and I really, really hope that they can open it up a bit at the 1K. But that, I know Meg quite well. She's, been rowing for a long time and got some good runs on the board, which is nice. And hopefully we can see Mercantile come through as well in that 4th spot.
I think those girls were up here at the Small Boats Regatta a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, that would be correct. No, very, very good. I love to see the Victorians leading the field.
So they actually won this event at the Small Boats Regatta over this Sydney crew of Nicole Vance and Amelia Carpenter, who are currently trailing back in 3rd place. So Melbourne University girls, Meg Dumbrell and Chloe Nevins, certainly sitting in a familiar position here. Only been a couple of weeks since they last raced here at Cirque. It is tightening up though as we come through the 1500 metre mark for who is going to take that last qualifying spot. Sydney Uni are still in the hunt over there in lane number 4. So the second crew from the far side of the course. If you join us on the live stream, second crew from the right-hand side of your picture. So we're still seeing Melbourne University lead. Sydney be challenging for second to my eye at this stage over University of Queensland. There'll be no easing off the gas here for any of these crews.
No, they'll all be looking to wind now as they come into the last 250. So hopefully...
You can see the sprint starting now. Mercantile Rowing Club seen a little bit of a challenge from Sydney University to their right. As of University of Queensland are right in that melee, but there's no doubt about Melbourne University, who have cleared themselves away from the chasing pack. We now have clear water back to is either the University of Queensland or Sydney Rowing Club. It is very tight. Here comes Sydney Uni though. They won't be content with missing out on the A final. They are throwing everything at it in the closing strokes over Mercantile on the close side of the course. It is certainly Melbourne University, Sydney and University of Queensland tight for second, and it'll be very, very tight for that last qualifying spot. It's going to come right down to the line. Melbourne University first, Sydney second, University of Queensland third. Mercantile just hang on by the closest margin. There was about a foot in that. Mercantile over Sydney Uni. We're seeing 0.38 seconds on our timing screen, but I think it was even closer than that. And the second Mercantile crew of Purton and Price crossing for 6th place.
All right, our next race is underway. In lane 2, we have Sydney Rowing Club with Ben Muffet, MacArthur Bucknell, and the coaches are Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. In lane 3 is the Fremantle Composite with Blair Parnell and Liam Davis, coached by Neville Kempton and Mark Beer and David Vanders. In lane 4, you have the Uni of Queensland Composite, which is a Sydney University UQ composite. You've got William Rogers from Sydney there, Lex Tucker from Queensland, and the coaches are Simon Huxley, Lachlan Johnson, and Randall Martin. In lane 5, the Sydney Composite of Monty Martin, Alec Hoskin, coached by Shane and Lachlan there. And then lane 6 is the University of Queensland with Emmanuel Kogar, Joe Tyne, coached by Randall and Lachlan. In lane 7 is Hawthorn, go Victoria, Emil Stichter, Dan Stute, coached by Tristan and Jamie. And then in the lane 8 is the Adelaide Uni Composite, which is a Mercantile Adelaide Composite of Miles Leburn and Joshua Feldoff, coached by Scott Rowe. It's all right.
So we're through the 1500 metre mark now, and it is that Sydney UQ composite, Monty Martin and Alec Hoskin, who are leading by some margin over the Sydney Uni UQ composite of Will Rogers and Lex Tucker. And then Sydney Rowing Club running third at the moment, Mercantile fourth, just ahead of the University of Queensland. So only top three through to the final here in the men's under 23 pair. 3 heats underway for this event, or 3 heats due to be underway shortly. But at the moment, Monty Martin and Alec Hoskin. Alec Hoskin won this event at the last year's state championships with another Queenslander, with Darcy Wadder from Cairn Rowing Club, and now partnering up with Monty Martin, and certainly with designs on repeating that performance. So our top 3 moving clear of the field, so unlikely to see a challenge for that last qualifying spot here. And as we like to say at the New South Wales State Championships, plenty of New South Wales representation in the top 3, if not with the assistance of a few Queenslanders. Will Rogers and Lex Tucker currently running second, who those two had their first hit out at the Small Boats Regatta in the elite pair, I believe. And that was, I think, Will Rogers' first race in a pair since school, which they did reasonably well there, and stepping on here at the state championships. But as it's been the whole way down the course, Alec Hoskin from Sydney and Monty Martin of the University of Queensland, who will cross the line now, take a win in the first heat of the men's under 23 pair. Lex Tucker and Will Rogers from UQ and Sydney Uni in second, and then the Sydney Rowing Club combination of Ben Muffet and Mac Bucknell in third place. Mercantile's Miles LeBurn and Joshua Felderhoff in fourth. UQ's Manuel Codger and Joel Thine in fifth. Blair Parnell and Liam Davis from West Australia, Fremantle Swan River Composite in sixth place. And the lads from Hawthorn, Emil Stigter and Dan Stute in seventh place in this first heat of the men's under 23 coxless pair.
Heat 2 is underway and started of the men's under 23 pair. You have in lane 2, Sydney University with Maxim Maloney and Paul Waxman, coached by Shane and Brooke. In lane 3, you've got Swan River Rowing Club with Fergus McNamara, Quinton Marketos, coached by Mark and Neville. In lane 5, you have the Melbourne University Composite with Sam Forbes and Tom Foley there. In lane 6, you've got Mercantile with James Simpson and Sam Chim. And in lane 8, you have another Melbourne University Composite with Joshua Wilston and Winston Hooper.
Yeah, a couple scratchings from this one, maybe only one scratching. Looks like there was a double entry there with the UQ Melbourne Uni composite. This can happen sometimes, and coaches from both clubs submit an entry and then realise that one needs to be scratched. But at the moment, through the 1,000 metre mark, it is that Melbourne Uni UQ composite, but only narrowly. So Sam Forbes from UQ, Tom Foley from Melbourne University leading over the other Melbourne University composite, Josh Wilson from UTS and Winston Hooper from Melbourne Uni. But there was nothing in it at the halfway point, and nothing in it back to third as well. Swan Rivers, Fergus McNamara, Quinton Marketos running in third place. And then Sydney's Maxim Maloney and Paul Waxman running in fourth. Look to be some way off the pace and off one of those top 3 qualifying spots. That Sydney crew, Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson, the coaches. And a big happy birthday to Brooke Robertson for yesterday. Saw the coaches out for a big feed last night ahead of a big weekend for that club. So through the 1500, margins extending, but the order unchanged. Melbourne Uni UQ, Forbes and Foley, coached by Randall Martin and Lachlan Johnston, extending their lead. So well over a boat length now, almost 3.5 seconds to that first composite, Melbourne Uni UTS of Josh Wilson and Winston Hooper, who have been racing this combination throughout the season, won this event at the Small Boats Regatta fairly convincingly. And those two also a part of the UTS crew that won the Riverview Gold Cup last weekend. Winston Hooper returning to his Melbourne University colours for the state championships. A slightly odd rule allows interstate athletes to row for a New South Wales club at the Gold Cup, but it's a relatively common occurrence, not too controversial, but rowing is a composite here and challenging in the closing strokes. Our leading crew from Melbourne Uni and UQ, and I don't think there's enough course left to overturn that lead they've worked so hard for in the second half of this race. The West Australians, though, not content with third. They'll want a better lane draw for the final, really throwing everything at it in the closing strokes. They're still just about, I'd say, a quarter of a length behind. It is going to be Forbes and Foley who take the win. Very close for second. I think that'll be a photo finish. We've got Melbourne Uni UTS just over Swan River, but we'll wait to confirm. Sydney, Maloney and Waxman in fourth won't make the final. And Mercantiles, Simpson and Chin in fifth place, also eliminated from the event in this second heat of the men's under-23 coxless pair. So heat three, third and final heat of the championship men's under-23 pair underway. Once again, top three through to the final. Lane 3, Sydney University, Gus Zolka and Jack Cullen. Commercial Maroochy River composite in lane 4. Zach Lazarus for Maroochy, Peric Cartier from Commercial. Sydney Rowing Club, Hugh Harold and Will Clubb in lane 5. Composite Adelaide Uni and University of Queensland, Drew Waitman from UQ, Henry Belcher from Adelaide Uni. In lane 6, Henry Reiner from Mercantile, partnering up with James Horton from Melbourne Uni in lane 7. Seric Critchley and Nicholas Chambers from Mercantile in lane 8. And it was that South Australian Queensland composite of Belcher and Waitman who are leading at the 1,000 metre mark. Mercantile in lane 8. Critchley and Chambers running second, and then Sydney Rowing Club's Hugh Harold and Will Clubb running third. Those top three with designs on an A final spot. Sydney Uni in lane 4. Well, Sydney Uni in 4th. That's the crew in lane 3 of Gus Zolka and Jack Cullen. I'd imagine a number of these athletes will also have a go at the under-21 pair. I'm fairly sure that Sydney Uni crew are still under 21. Just rowing the 23 pair though, Gus Zolka and Jack Cullen. Gus Zolka out of the under 19 straight 4 last year. So approaching the 1,000 metre mark now, and we'll get a slightly better idea of timing. Still fairly tight across that top 4, but Sydney Uni just out of that qualification spot. Tight across the top 3 though, with see the white boat in the centre of the course there is the Adelaide and Queensland combination doing battle with Sydney. And then on this side, a sight that will please my co-commentator here, a Victorian crew hitting the lead in the third 500.
I've been notably quiet about this as I'm very, very invested in the results of this race. But yeah, always good sight to see.
So Sarah Critchley and Nicholas Chambers, almost a boat length there over Sydney, and then Adelaide Uni just behind. It was very tight between those two crews. Sydney Uni will have to act now if they want to avoid being eliminated from this event. The Melbourne Uni Mercantile crew just out of things on this side of the course, and then the commercial composite just right up the back of the field at this stage. Sydney Uni starting to turn on the afterburners here, but I think they might have just left it a little bit too late to encroach on this leading three. Although the last few times that I've said that, I've called some of the best finishes that I've called recently. I remember the elite single at Small Boats Regatta. I said that Cormac Kennedy Leverett was out of it, and then he shocked everyone and nearly won the thing from about 4 lengths back. But I think Sydney Uni, a little bit of work to do in the closing strokes. A little bit of steering going on here from the UQ Adelaide Uni crew. That certainly put them out of contention for a top 2 finish. That's given Sydney almost a boat length just in a few strokes. Mercantile unchallenged on the near side of the course. I think they're going to go on to cross the line in front. Sydney really turning on the afterburners here, though. But it'll be too little too late. It's Mercantile pair with a very well-paced effort here in the heats of the under-23 pair. Be able to get plenty of rest in ahead of tomorrow's A final. So Mercantile, Sarah Critchley and Nicholas Chambers cross first. Sydney Rowing Club's Hugh Harold and Will Clubb in second. And then UQ and Adelaide Uni in third. Adelaide Uni with fantastic new Zooties this year with the pink borders. And Sydney Uni in fourth place. And then the Boathouse Drive composite, Melbourne Uni and Mercantile in fifth.
Coming down now is Heat 1 of the women's under-19 single scull. In lane 1, we have the Cathedral School, which is Zoe Webster. In lane 2 is Mossman 6, Amelia Darcy. Lane 3 is Leichhardt, Mia Simkovic. Lane 5 is Mercantile, Melandra Nell. Lane 6 is TUBC, Bella Wells. Lane 8 is University of Queensland, Amelia Moore, and lane 9 is Mossman, Eloise Stevens, and we have scratchings from Toowong and Gippsland Grammar in lane 4 and 7 respectively. Now, I've got a lot of experience in the single scull, unfortunately, and particularly on this course. My very first race on this course, if you go back and watch the footage, they actually stopped filming me. I was that far behind.
Racing the umpire's boat.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely, and you see when I crossed the line, I had the biggest smile on my face because, you know, you're at the best course, arguably, in the world. Didn't care at all, but since then, stakes have obviously changed. But it's lovely. I always get a lot of joy out of seeing the schoolgirls because most of these girls will be schoolgirls, the under-19s. It's lovely to see them having a hit out in scull because, you know, it's just you in the boat. You don't have anyone else cheering you on. You can't hear your coaches. You don't have a Cox. Everything really is self-motivated. And particularly at a schoolgirl level, you'll see as they come through the 1K here, who really sort of has that internal positive self-talk down pat. Anyway, I'm blabbering on. You
can blabber on all you want. That's why we've got you here, Ant.
Yeah,
but, I think it's always really enjoyable to watch these younger athletes, some of whom we've got girls travelling from the north of Queensland, from Tasmania, we've actually got 4 states represented in this heat alone. We have 5 states represented here at the 5 states and the ACE 5 states and the ACT represented here at the New South Wales Rowing Championships. And for a lot of these girls, it'll be their first hit out down the course here at, as you said, arguably the best course in the world. Rockhampton's got to be better, right? We won't get onto that, not this early in the weekend.
You know, I've got a personal soft spot for Ngambie, but I've just noticed there that in lane 5, Melandra, I know. In lane 5, Mercantile, Melandra is coached by Susie Franklin, which I dare say means that this sculler has come out of their junior program that they've started up. So Mercantile, and I'll give them a little bit of a spruik here, have gone out and tried to go to non-rowing schools to bring in just younger kids and introduce them to the sport, and that's largely led by Susie Franklin there, which I think is a great initiative for the sport. So if I'm right in saying that, Melandra is probably from a non-rowing school. So it's, great to see.
Yeah, it is always fantastic to see the reach of the sport broaden. I know there's a few clubs in Sydney doing similar sort of things, and even could almost credit Mossman Rowing Club with doing a similar sort of thing. A lot of those girls will don school colours, but came to the sport through Mossman Rowing Club. Eloise Stevens being one of them, who is leading this race at the moment quite comfortably. Somewhat unsurprisingly, if you've followed junior women's sculling over the last couple of years, to see Mossman scullers doing well in this heat. So a very well subscribed event, the under-19s women's single, as it always is here at the New South Wales Championships and at the Australian Rowing Championships. And as a result, semi-finals in this event. So it'll be a big weekend of racing for a lot of these girls. Semi-finals will take place this afternoon. Some of the last races before we wrap up, about 2:30 this afternoon. And top 3 from the heat through to the semis, and then the semis, it'll be top 4 from those 2 semi-finals. I hope it's 2 semi-finals. It is 2 semi-finals. It was, as you mentioned, Ngambie. Ngambie is infamous for requiring 3 semi-finals in some races, which very much upsets a few commentators, because semi means 2, and 3 semi-finals is just not right. But anyway.
Wow. I've got no words for that. No, it's good to see here Bella Wells from Tassie in second and Mossman in third, Amelia Darcy there. So can see that the clubs are very much leading this heat here. And yeah, as you said, it's great to see that the clubs are leading that charge on expanding the sport. So the barriers. But
so at the moment, our top 3 looking like Eloise Stevens from Mossman on the near side of the course. All the way, very comfortable win for, or barring disaster, for the Mossman sculler. And then currently running second in the middle of the course there, Bella Wells, Tasmania University Boat Club. And then Amelia Darcy, another member of that all-conquering Mossman Junior program, currently running third. So Eloise Stevens first books her spot in the semi-final. It's going to be tight for that last qualifying spot. Amelia Darcy currently just leading Melandra Nell from Mercantile.
And a nice red boat there.
So Bella Wells from Tasmania University in second.
There is a bit of a lift there from Melandra, but just a little bit too late, it seems.
I think Amelia Darcy may be just cruising across the line. Very well timed. It's come up as a photo finish, but
no, I think that
pretty decisive there.
It's Amelia, yeah.
Yep.
From this angle anyway.
Zoe Webster from the Cathedral School in fifth place rather. And then University of Queensland's Amelia Moore and Leichhardt's Mia Simkovic, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr. Great coaches out of the Loretto Normanhurst program as well.
And I think that leads us into Heat 2 of the Under-19 single scull. In lane 1 from UTS is Charlotte Oliver. I want to say that's Oliver. Lane 2 is Mossman, Elise Coates. Lane 3 is Radford College, Freya Teschendorf. Lane 4 is Manning Valley Anglican, Ava Falzone. Lane 5 is Newcastle Grammar, Roxanne Brown. Lane 6 is Mossman, Erica Nutt. Lane 7 is Barwon, Grace Holton, coached by Anita Whitehouse, former lightweight. Lane 8 is Commercial Rowing Club with Maggie Stafford. And then we have had a scratching from Gippsland Grammar in lane 9.
Yeah, so second heat underway out of, I believe we have 6 heats here in the under-19 single scull.
If I could whistle at that, I would.
Very well subscribed event here. I'll just double check, but I think it was over 50 entries, barring a few scratchings that we're coming across per race. 52 entries in the women's under-19 singles. So very well subscribed event. Entries from all around the country. I think this event alone does have all 5 states and the ACT all represented, which is fantastic to see. The depth of junior sculling, and not the biggest field spread either. This is a fairly close one, sort of first to last at the moment. So through the 500, or we've got some funny little timings coming up on our timing screen between the 2 races here. There's Elise Coates there from Mossman, who's certainly one of the most prominent under-19 sculling prospects in the country at this stage. Grace Holton from Barwon running second.
A nice, good, strong regional club based out in Geelong, Victoria there. So it's very good to see. I always get very excited when I see some of the smaller clubs come up and get some of the top spots. We often tend to forget out about our regional clubs, so it's very nice to see the work that Anita has done there with Grace. Third, there's Newcastle Grammar, Roxanne Brown.
So similarly, regional club. Well, Newcastle wouldn't like to be called regional.
I was going to say, wouldn't you class Newcastle as regional, or is that a Sydney-sider perspective?
It's the 7th biggest city in the country. I do spend a lot of time in Newcastle, and I know our co-commentator Ben Homer would be very upset if I called it regional. But some great prospects coming out of Newcastle, not least Roxanna Brown, who is currently in the fight for a semi-final berth here in the under-19 single. Maggie Stafford from Commercial, part of that massive junior program out of Commercial Rowing Club, headed up by former Australian representative Jacinta Edmonds, currently challenging for that last qualifying spot. You can see Elise Coates on the screen there on the far side of the course. She's well out in front. It is going to be close, I think, for that last qualifying spot. So still Elise Coates from Barwon's Grace Holton on the near side of the course. And then Roxanna Brown from Newcastle, or rather, I think we actually may have missed someone at the, Charlotte Olivier from UTS. It's really turned on a sprint in the closing stroke. She was back in 5th at the 1,500 metre mark, but only narrowly. And I think I've neglected to look at the timings and seen how close it was. And her battle is with Maggie Stafford from Commercial for the last qualifying spot. Could she go from 5th to 3rd and book her a spot in the semi-final? Elise Coates first, cruises across the line. Barwon's Grace Holton in second, and it is going to be the UTS sculler, Charlotte Olivier, who crosses in 3rd, just ahead of Maggie Stafford from Commercial.
That was a very good effort by Maggie in that last section.
Roxanna Brown from Newcastle Grammar just dropping back to 5th place across the line. Close 4-6 as well between the second Mossman sculler in lane 6. Erica Nutt just over Freya Teschendorf from Radford. Manning Valley Anglicans, Ava Falzon rounding out the field in 8th place.
I love watching these single scull races because the field is just so varied and you get such tight racing at the front end and even at the back end. You never really know what's going to happen.
And I love that we've got scullers from literally all over the country. We've got, scullers from in Sydney, scullers from the far north of New South Wales, from Newcastle.
Yeah, Tasmania there.
From Tasmania in the first race, and also close. They've all come from totally different programs and all fighting it out here in a very competitive heat of this event. So this will be a fantastic event by the time we get to the finals tomorrow morning. But in the meantime, race 10, heat 3 underway. Nepean in lane 1, Sophia Whitelaw. Commercial lane 2 has scratch. Zoe Ball from Toowong in lane 3. Kate Collier from Radford College in lane 4. Manning Valley Anglicans, Nia Simmons in lane 5. Isabel Armstrong from Mossman in lane 6. Marimbula in lane 7, Maeve Swanson. Gibson Grammar in lane 8 has scratched, and then Stephanie Pettigrew from the University of Queensland in lane 9. So a couple of scratchings from this one, but still only top 3 through. Those top 3 at the moment looking like Stephanie Pettigrew from the University of Queensland on the near side of the course. Zoe Ball from Toowong over in lane 3 on the far side of the course, and Isabel Armstrong from Mossman in the centre of the course. Currently running 3rd, but Adnaya Simmons, Kate Collier rather, from Radford, running in 4th place, but only by 1.55 seconds. So that was about the same margin as we had in the previous race, from sort of 3rd to 5th. And could see someone overturning in the closing strokes of this one. As we embed ourselves in the championship quarter, the 3rd 500 metres.
I've just had a text come through that's told me that Melandra there from Mercantile learned to row at Yarra Yarra Rowing Club under David. So thank you for that correction.
We always encourage a little correction. We're doing our best up here. We always try and do our best, but always welcome a little bit more info or any corrections that we've got. I know we had Ray Ebbett text in saying he agrees with this. This is the best man-made course in the world, but does rate the Rotsey in Lucerne and Lake Bled as maybe being a bit higher, which
I do love Lake Barrington though.
It is beautiful, isn't it?
I do love it. It's a pain in the butt to get to.
The wind is a bit...
yeah, every now and then, but rowing on it, it's something else.
Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. You just feel a million miles away from the hustle and bustle of the regatta when you're only just over on the other side of the course. I think I've probably only rowed on it twice, maybe 3 times, but thoroughly enjoyed it when I did. At the moment, here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, back down to earth, Charlotte Bowen. Sorry, that's the next heat that we're reading up off the screen. So heat 3, still Stephanie Pettigrew from the University of Queensland, quite comfortably, looking like a Queensland top 3. But Kate Collier from the ACT from Radford College is knocking on the door of that top 3. She was less than a second off at the 1500 metres. And UQ sculler on the near side. Stephanie Pettigrew there, really bringing the rate down, starting to relax in closing strokes of this race. She'll have to be careful that the impending battle for 3rd doesn't encroach on that lead, but I think just send her take a little bit of a look across. She knows what's going on.
In control.
If she's in control is right. If she sees any danger there, she'll have plenty of gas in the tank to respond. A big regatta, a long weekend. If you have any chance to conserve a bit of energy this early on in proceedings, you certainly take that. Another look over there from Stephanie Pettigrew. She's just watching the battle unfold for that last qualifying spot, seeing who her competitors will be in the final. Over on the far side there from Toowong, Zoe Ball looks to have herself right in contention, but it's going to be very close indeed between Marimbula's Maeve Swanson and Kate Collier from Radford. Say the Radford sculler was looking really aggressive there, but maybe just running out of gas. It's less than half a length in it. It is going to be Stephanie Pettigrew from UQ by just under a boat length over fellow Queenslander. It will be a Queensland top 3 in the end. Zoe Ball from Toowong, Maeve Swanson from Marimbula. A good charge, but not quite enough for Kate Collier from Radford. Mossman's Isabel Armstrong in 5th place. Nepean's Sophia Whitelaw in 6th. And Manning Valley Anglicans' Naya Simmons in 7th place. I don't know, we applaud all the interstate crews coming here, but Manning Valley Anglicans not exactly local. It is still a good, solid drive down here with a boat trailer, and they are down here very, very regularly. So credit where credit is due for the work that they put in there.
Now we have race 11, which is heat 4 of the under-19 single scull. In lane 1, we have Centenary, Scarlett Hall. Lane 2 is scratching from surfers there. Lane 3, Radford College, Lily Soderblom. Lane 4 is Fremantle, Lily Lucas. Lane 5, Yarra Yarra, Sadie Schlitt, coached by David Orchard. Lane 6 is the University of Queensland, Jessica Carroll. Lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar, Charlotte Bowen. Lane 8, Commercial, Annika Gudluck. Lane 9, Mossman, Lottie Raverstein. I've got to apologise for the way I'm pronouncing some of these names.
Just got to hit it with confidence, and you know, if you figure out how to do it better next time, go for it. Just hit it with confidence. And
with a name like mine, you would expect better from me. So I apologise to the girls if I'm getting it wrong, because I remember how angry I used to get. And now I think I owe an apology to all the commentators, because it's quite a difficult job.
It takes a while, trust me. I'm still not quite across all of them, but as names start to become familiar, we start to get there. Although I do fear sometimes that I start pronouncing something, I go, cool, I'm comfortable with that, and then realise that I've been doing it wrong for a couple of years. But still no one's told me if it's Reedy or Reddy. For Alice now at Sydney Uni. But anyway, we come across this every year at the National Championships. Charlotte Bowen from Canberra Girls Grammar currently leading this race. Good prospect out of the ACT. Charlotte, she was a part of the crew that went over and contested Henley Royal Regatta last year. Made it through the first round, I believe, and came up against some very hot competition in the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup. But I know that was a big undertaking to get that program over there. And Coach Kaz Pipers does a great job with the girls down there on Lake Burley Griffin. Charlotte Bowen leading very comfortably from Lily Lucas, hailing from West Australia, Fremantle Rowing Club. Lottie Raverstein from Mossman running third. Reasonably safely clear of the University of Queensland's Jessica Carroll.
It's nice to see Sadie in there. Sadie's, I think, a fair bit younger than some of these girls. I know Sadie quite well because I went to school with her older sister, of all people. Right. So she's in David Orchard's program who at Yarra Yarra, where they're focusing particularly on underage scullers and female scullers. So there's been a massive push from that club along Boathouse Drive to, again, drive that female scull side of things. So it's good to see Sadie out there having a crack. And then it's also nice to see that the top 3 are from different states here. Yeah. A bit of variety. It
is truly mini nationals. Although mini is the wrong word. It's such a big regatta, such a diverse range of clubs and athletes represented. And, you know, in this race alone, Queensland, ACT, Western Australia, New South Wales and Victoria all represented in this race. And as you said, top 3 from ACT, WA and New South Wales, respectively, through the 1500, and I think it will stay that way in the closing strokes. Charlotte Bowen really controlling the race here. I'd say Fremantle's Lily Lucas in I think the actual colour is Cambridge Blue in the Fremantle colours there. Or it's just starting to relax as well in the closing strokes, but certainly has the rate up a little bit higher. And the chasing pack aren't far off. They're throwing everything at it, but the top 3 have done enough in the early stages. Charlotte Bowen from Canberra Girls Grammar takes out the 4th heat of the under-19 women's single through to the semi-final, as is Lily Lucas from Fremantle and Lottie Raverstein from Mossman. Those 3 in this afternoon's semi-final. Jessica Carroll from University of Queensland in 4th, Sadie Schlicht from Yarra Yarra in 5th, and Lily Soderblom from Radford in 6th, Centenary's Scarlett Hall in 7th, and Commercial's Annika Gundlach in 8th place in this 4th heat. Just 2 more to go in the under-19 women's single. We are buzzing through it because these have been relatively interesting, close races. Sometimes in the junior sculling, it can be a bit of a slog up here in the commentary box when you have an afternoon at Nationals of 8 heats of the schoolgirl single or the schoolboy single, and sometimes it can be tough, but these have been... no
mishaps so far.
No mishaps so far.
No one's decided they wanted to swim to the end instead of row to the end, so that's nice to see.
Fingers crossed everyone stays the right way up throughout the weekend. Not guaranteed, though. We've seen a few.
I still do it as an adult.
Not in the Yarra.
Oh, no. My first ever selection race at Ballarat. I finished. I came second because I was so surprised with myself and my performance because the previous year I was coming last by a long shot here at New South Wales. And I was so surprised that I'd come second that I forgot to look behind me and I crashed into a buoy and I went swimming.
Nice.
And I just remember looking at the selectors and they went, really? This is who we have to work with? Anyway.
I was so proud of you for 3 seconds.
3 seconds.
Yeah.
And then I ruined it. But anyway, on to the next heat here, which is heat 5, I believe.
Heat 5.
Heat 5. In lane 1, we have Canned, Pedra Smith. In lane 2, we have Mossman, Catherine Walsh. In lane 3, University of Queensland, Caitlin Cooper. Lane 5, MLC School, Eve Parker. Lane 6, Commercial, Sienna Becker. Lane 7, Yarra Yarra, Elizabeth Burke. Lane 8, Radford College, Hannah Coach. And lane 9, Marimbula, Ayla Drury.
Yeah, it looks like either a scratching or it didn't start from Isabella Henderson from the Armidale School, which is somewhat surprising. I know she was very much looking forward to getting out here this weekend. We'll be lining up in the schoolgirl single as well on Sunday, but at the moment, very, very comfortable margin for our leading sculler on the near side of the course there in lane 9. That is Isla Drury from Marimbula. See her crossing the 1,500 metre mark there and has a good look back on the competition. It was, I think, about 10 seconds at the 1,000 metre mark. We'll see who's the next one to cross. Sienna Becker there from Commercial and Hannah Kosh from Radford. So not quite the 3 states in the top 3, but still a fairly diverse top 3 with a couple of Queenslanders and one from the ACT. Pedra Smith from Canned, running in 4th place, but some work to do to challenge for that finals berth.
I think people really underestimate how long a single scull race is, until you jump into a quarter and 8, because this is usually about the point where I'm getting out of my dark little spell going, oh, finally, we're nearly at the end. It's nearly over.
Start to get a little bit of noise. You hear you don't quite have a
crowd just yet.
A capacity crowd just yet, but you certainly start to be aware that there's some more people around as you cross that 1,500 metre mark, come past some of the tents. Start to hear a little bit of the noise and the hubbub here in the closing 500 metres, but Ayla Drury from Marimbula, don't think that's worrying her. She looked pretty comfortable all the way through this race, had a commanding lead at the halfway point. And so we mentioned Isabella Henderson, the Armidale School. She will be in the next event as UTS. So another example of 2 different coaches doing the entries there, and things getting sorted out in the early stages of the regatta as we warm into things here at the 2026 New South Wales Rowing Championships. Ayla Drury from Marimbula, comfortably ahead of Sienna Becker from Commercial, and then Radford College's Hannah Kosh. So Queenslanders first and second. Tight race unfolding for 4th. Good first hit out on the course for the Mossman and Cairn scullers. So Sienna Becker from Mercantile second. Hannah Kosh from Radford in 3rd. Tight battle for 4th, 5th and 6th rather. Catherine Walsh from Mossman over, I think, just in 5th will be MLC School's Eve Parker over Cairns' Pedra Smith. Next UQ sculler, Caitlin Cooper, will cross in 7th, and in 8th place,
Elizabeth Burke.
Yarra
Yarra there.
Yeah. And our final heat.
Heat 6 of the under-19 single scull. Lane 2 is UTS Isabella Henderson. Lane 3, Nepean Vita Young. Lane 4, Mossman Frida Kirkham. Lane 5 from Marucci is Jamelia Milo Hines, I apologise. Lane 6 is a scratching from Commercial. Lane 7 from ANU is Talia Turnbull. Lane 8 is the Armidale School, Isabel Coddington. Lane 9 from Merimbula is Annabelle O'Grady.
So, as we mentioned her before, but Isabella Henderson rowing in the UTS colours this one from originally, or also from the Armidale School. We mentioned long drives before, down from Armidale, a good, with the trailer on, good 6-7 hours, and they do it almost every weekend. A very dedicated program, the Armidale School, and doing great things here. Isabella Henderson's been on the rise for a couple of years, so I'm currently leading this heat over Frida Kirkham from Mossman, which I think she'll probably be quite pleased with. Frida Kirkham's sort of one of the top girls out of that Mossman program. Very excited to see the Mossman quad come down later on in the regatta. Isabel Coddington, also from the Armidale School, rowing in the Armidale colours, sitting in that third qualifying spot, but not having it all her own way. Jamila Miller-Hines from Maroochy, the Queenslander, knocking on the door of that last qualifying spot. So the last heat of the under-19 women's single looks to be a cracker.
Just coming into the last 500 metres there with the first couple of scullers there, Isabella and Frida, which is nice to see. And we were just having a quick conversation here. Some of these girls were at, or the Mossman girls were at the small boats regatta. So it's good to see that. It's actually quite nice to see so many scullers coming out of Mossman as well in recent years.
Yeah, big revival for Mossman Rowing Club. They kind of, things kind of folded a few years ago, but under the leadership of some, or the initiative of some parents who rowed there, got some of the girls up and going, and then they had a legend of Mossman Rowing Club in Tom Schramko helping out there, as well as Olympic bronze medalist Rena Meredith, who I haven't seen around as much this season. I know she's working as a paramedic and balancing maybe a little bit of rowing coaching, but this year their big signing, Alfie Young, moving over from Sydney University as their head coach, which it's almost a little bit unfair. They're already going so well, and he's really obviously found another gear for these young scullers from Mossman, and the boys as well in particular have really been performing well in the early stages, and we'll see some of them up in the very next race.
I've had the good fortune of being coached by Alfie Young when I was doing a small stint out of Sydney Uni there with Annalise Isaacs back in the day, and he's a very excellent coach. So it doesn't surprise me to hear that name attached to a revival. And just coming into the end here, the first couple of scullers looking quite comfortable, quite calm, but still on. They've got the foot on the gas. I wouldn't say they've completely come off there. Yeah,
I don't think Freda Kirkham's happy to let it go. The rate's still up, for sure. I think Isabella Henderson's looking fairly comfortable over there in lane 2. And the Mossman sculler still attacking. But then that battle for third looks to be going the way of the Queenslander in Jamila Milu Hines, which, again, please apologies if pronounced incorrectly. And coached by Hamish Parry, another great lightweight.
Did see that, and I also saw Amanda's name there, so good coaches there.
So it was tight in the end, but Isabella Henderson from UTS looking fairly comfortable, but only a small margin over Freda Kirkham of Mossman. Jamila Milu Hines from Maroochy in third. Isabel Coddington from the Armidale School just missing out in this event.
I've just noticed there, lane 2, Isabella is also coached by Sam Fennessy. Fenno from another good, strong Victorian. We'll claim that one.
And yeah, moving up and doing good work with with the girls at UTS, and nice strong under 19 and particularly strong under 21 group coming out of UTS in recent years. It'll be interesting to see how they fare in what I think is going to be one of the best races of the weekend, the under 21 women's 8 tomorrow, with good 8s from Sydney Uni, UTS, Mercantile, and then I think the wild card in that event's Pymble Ladies College, who did a circ record here the other week, and it is on our Billigence Youth leaderboard as the fastest schoolgirl 8 time of this season, but also the fastest schoolgirl 8 time ever at this Sydney International Regatta Centre, about 6:36.
I'll be expecting a strong performance then.
They've got a lot of racing to do tomorrow, though. Backing up after the schoolgirl races is often tough in the 21s.
And to be fair, how they handle the heat as well.
Yeah.
That always makes a big difference.
It's always a test, this regatta. But moving on from the women's under-19 single to the men's, slightly different progression, not quite as many heats in this one.
So, first 4 will go through to the semi-final in this. In lane 1, we have Townsville Riley Hibble. Lane 2, North Esk, Sam Detmer. Lane 3, Mossman, Ewan Humphreys. Lane 4, Leichhardt, William Spudge. Lane 5, St. Augustine's Henry O'Hare. Lane 6 from Corio Bay, Taj Bailey, coached by Jeff Watt. A scratching in lane 7 from Gippy Grammar. Lane 8, Sydney University, Angus McGuinness. And lane 9, Radford College, Connor Kruger. Sorry, Connor.
So we're pretty fairly close here. Top 4 through to the semi-final this afternoon. The remainder eliminated, but pretty close between the top 4 and the trailing pack. Ewan Humphreys from Mossman. We spoke about how the Mossman scullers on the guys' side really stepping up this season, and Ewan Humphreys leading the charge here in the under-19 men's single scull, and leading fairly comfortably from the chasing pack, but the chasing pack have some work to do to hold off a challenge from the far side of the course there. So at the moment, Ewan Humphreys leading. Tight battle between Angus McInnes from Sydney University, Corio Bay's Tig Bailey, and William Spow from Leichhardt. And then over on the far side of the course from Townsville JCU, Riley Hibble throwing everything at it. A little bit of work to do if he wants to encroach in that top 4. Angus McInnes from Sydney Uni, just clearing himself of that battle for the last qualification spot, and I think it will be fairly comfortable for the top 4. Ewan Humphreys from Mossman, 7:32 in the heat, and looking very comfortable at the end as well, possibly conserving a bit of energy. It'll be one to watch in the final. Angus McInnes from Sydney Uni second, Tig Bailey from Corio Bay in third, William Spow from Leichhardt in 4th place. Townsville JCU's Riley Hibble in 5th after a big sprint finish, but not quite enough. Connor Kruger from Radford in 6th place. St. Augustine's Henry O'Hare in 7th, and North Esk's Sam Detmer in 8th place. Another race where 4 states and a territory represented in that one. If that's what we're going to see across all of these heats in the under-19 single scull, then hold on to your seats, because this will be some good racing coming over the next few heats. So heat 2 underway and through the 1,000-metre mark. Lincoln Uren from Radford College in lane 1, Piers Nichols from Launceston Grammar in lane 2, Flynn O'Loughlin from Commercial in lane 3, Darramarlin's Felix Pentony in lane 4, Torrens Tom Redman has scratched in lane 5, but be one to watch out for later in the weekend in the under-19 quad or under-21 quad that Torrens have got, possibly an international touring boat, so I've heard. Oliver Kent from Brisbane Grammar in lane 6, Canberra Rowing Club's Harrison Braithwaite in lane 7, Leighton Showman from Mossman in lane 8, and Xavier Burke from Corio Bay in lane number 9. And through the 1,000-metre mark, it was Oliver Kent from Brisbane Grammar leading over Leighton Showman from Mossman, and Harrison Braithwaite from Canberra Rowing Club. Felix Pentony running in 4th, but very close there to Piers Nichols, and Flynn O'Loughlin also knocking on the door of a qualification spot. 3:35 through the K in the heat of the under-19 single is moving. Now, Oliver Kent really making his mark in this New South Wales field, making the trip down from Brisbane more than worth it.
I'm always consistently impressed by some of these younger scullers. I don't know why I'm always surprised when I see times or results, or even the way that they race at just the standard and the quality. So it's really, really good to see through here.
Yeah, it makes us feel like battlers, hey, when we realise that we just weren't that good when we were that young.
It makes me realise how slow I really was.
Yep. Yep.
No, but it's good to see. There'll be definitely athletes, if they keep going with it and stick at it, to watch coming forward, and probably will do some exciting stuff, hopefully on an Oz side of things, potentially.
Potentially, and this is, as mentioned earlier, one of the regattas that, being one of the major meetings, this is one of the regattas the selectors will have a look at, and certainly be keeping an eye on results from across this weekend, particularly if conditions stay like this, where it is just dead flat. Very warm water here at Cirque, which is conducive to reasonably quick times. And this second heat possibly demonstrating that. So Oliver Kent from Brisbane Grammar leading from Leighton Showman of Mossman, who reeled in a little bit of that early margin. So whether Oliver Kent has spent all his bickies a bit early, or whether he just knows that he's done the job. But then in between them, Harrison Braithwaite from Canberra Rowing Club, a graduate of the Marist College Boat Club down there on Lake Burley Griffin, starting to knock on the door of the leading 2. I'd say that whole leading 3, not quite emptying the tank here in the heats, but those 3 have pushed themselves well clear of the field. And then over on the far side of the course, Felix Pentony from Darramarlin looks to be running in 4th, although Xavier Burke from Corio Bay on the near side having a good showing in the last 500 metres. It is still Oliver Kent from Brisbane Grammar. It does always confuse me a little bit when they come down here, because their Zooties look exactly like that of Kinross Wallaroi, but no one to get confused with in this race so far. So Oliver Kent just had a bit of a look over, making sure he's getting the job done over Leighton Showman from Mossman Rowing Club. Harrison Braithwaite really letting things, letting it run, getting some recovery in before the final tomorrow. So Oliver Kent from Brisbane Grammar first across the line. Leighton Showman 7:29, and he was just cruising in the last 500. Quick.
Oh my goodness.
Leighton Showman from Mossman in 2nd. Harrison Braithwaite from Canberra in 3rd. Felix Pentony from Darramarlin in 4th. So those 4 through to the semi-final this afternoon, not the final as I just said before. Piers Nichols, Flynn O'Loughlin, Xavier Burke in 5th, 6th and 7th. And then Radford College's Lincoln Uren to round out this second of 4 heats in the men's under-19 single scull.
No.
So running a little bit behind, or we're just underway now in heat number 3. But while we're getting underway, I might just thank a couple of the sponsors of this year's regatta. A huge undertaking to get this regatta all set up and running, and couldn't do it without the help of our sponsors. So Quest Penrith, the official accommodation partner of Rowing New South Wales, and the place to stay in Penrith. I'll let you know how it goes tomorrow after my sleep tonight. 115 apartment-style hotel rooms, studios, 1- and 2-bedroom apartments. Quest is a great solution for those looking for accommodation in Penrith, close to Cirque, just near Penrith Westfield and the train station. The Regatta Shop, the official event merchandise partner of Rowing New South Wales. You can check out theregattashop.com.au or head up to the pavilion. I saw them just getting set up earlier on this morning, and the event merchandise for this year looks fantastic. And V Insurance Group, the appointed insurance broker for Rowing New South Wales, is Australia's largest specialist sports and leisure insurance broker. V Insurance has many exclusive recourses and solutions available to help protect the rowing community across New South Wales and across the country.
Yes, I actually insure my boat with these guys, so can confirm they do a very good job.
Great plug.
Yep. Shout out to Pontoon. Pontoon is a proud partner of Rowing New South Wales, developing and manufacturing technically innovative custom sports apparel for schools, clubs, corporates and social teams. Head to pontoonsports.com for details. Then there's Web Urban. Web Urban is the official IT support partner of Rowing New South Wales. Together, we're delivering digital transformation from Rowing New South Wales, keeping our sport innovative and future-focused.
So we might we'll cross back to the racing heat number 3 of the men's under-19 single. What a quick start there from Xander Bailey. So lane 1 from Leichhardt, Peter Simkovich. Lane 2 from Manning Valley Anglican, Hayden McPhillamy. Samuel Brettle from Fremantle in lane 3, Corio Bay's Xander Bailey in lane 4, Rockhampton Grammar's Ryan Hendry in lane 5, the King School's Lockie Tyndall in lane 6, Radford College Benjamin Beswick in lane 7, North Esk's Jasper Twitchett in lane 8, and Manning River's Ryan Watkins in lane number 9. And it was Xander Bailey through the 500, but very, very close across that top 4. So Xander Bailey leading from Samuel Brettle in lane 3 from Fremantle. Very close across that top 4. Some way, there's a little bit of a margin starting to open up at the 500 metre mark between that top 4 and the trailing pack. Top 4 obviously very important, as those are the ones qualifying for the semi-final this afternoon.
Xander Bailey from Corio Bay. There is another regional club. It's just situated on the Barwon River. Xander and his brother I've seen quite a few times in the double at local regattas. So it's excellent to see these two young lads really coming up.
Yeah, and I think at the National Championships last year, Xander was second in the under 17 single scull.
Yep.
And those two, the brothers, won the under 17 men's double scull in a pretty quick time as well. They were second in the quad with some of the Mossman boys that we've been mentioning as well. And I think they won the schoolboy double as well. So
yes,
they know those Mossman boys quite well that they're racing against. We saw Leighton Showman in the previous race. In the next race, we'll see Floris Elias and all that Mossman squad doing battle across a few events last year with the Bailey brothers. But at the moment, at the 1,000 metre mark, Samuel Brettle from Fremantle has moved into the lead over Xander Bailey, and then Lockie Tyndall from the King School, who is coming into his second year in the first 8, third at the GPS Head of the River last year. Jasper Twitchett, currently running 4th, is the North Esk representative. So 4 states in the top 4, WA, Victoria, New South Wales and Tasmania. Such a range of, it really, especially with the Tasmanians up here and so many WA athletes, it really feels like nationals, having so many of these names and clubs that we only get to commentate on a couple of times a year normally, or once a year normally, and seeing them all out here is fantastic to see them all making the journey here to the New South Wales Rowing Championships. A little bit of housekeeping. I've been told we are expecting a little bit of weather to roll through this afternoon. So before anyone is leaving today, especially for those who haven't experienced a summer afternoon storm here in Penrith, make sure that tents are lowered or collapsed and everything is tied down really well. We saw a storm roll through at one of the first regattas of the season, and an Empacker turned into Swiss cheese. Won't name any names with that one until...
Expensive mistake.
Well, I think it's still not fixed as well. So it can be an expensive mistake, and we don't want to ruin a weekend of racing before it's even begun. So Expect a bit of weather this afternoon. Please make sure, if you're lucky enough to be done early on in the day, just make sure that everything is tied down more securely than you think it needs to be, because it does pick up quite quick here as storms roll in off the mountains, and we don't want we don't want boats flying across the boat park, do we?
No, absolutely not. Coming into the last 500 here, the first couple of scullers crossing that mark, or actually I think they're coming up to the 250 now on this angle. With Sam definitely leading the charge there, followed by Xander and Lockie in third.
So a few little swaps of the lead in the early strokes here, but the top four starting to assert themselves as the likely qualifiers here. Samuel Brettle from Fremantle, Corio Bay, Xander Bailey, Lockie Tyndall from Kings. And that was the stat that I was looking for before. So Lockie Tyndall was, when we last had nationals here in 2024, was a silver or bronze medalist in the under-17 single scull, and contested this event at nationals last year and back for another crack in the single this year. Always tough when you're especially at the big boys rowing programs to swap out of the 8 and spend time in the single. But not worrying.
Sam's not giving an inch here, even though he's got quite a definitive lead. He's definitely not stepped down. He's actually gone up in the last bit here.
Well, I dare say this might be the first run down the course for him, and enjoying the flat conditions that you don't quite get at Champion Lakes. But here comes the Radford sculler in lane 7. I think it'll be too little too late, but having a good tilt in the closing strokes. Corio Bay's Xander Bailey in second. Third will be the Tasmanian Jasper Twitchett from North Esk. Lockie Tyndall from Kings holds on to fourth. Won't be looking to expend any extra energy with 2 races today. Hopefully for him, a singles race tomorrow morning. 2 races in the schoolboy 8. Couple races in the under-21 8. It's a big weekend for those doing crew boats and your small boats. Benjamin Beswick from Radford in 5th. Ryan Hendry from Rockhampton in 6th. Hayden McPhellamy from Manning Valley Anglican in 7th. And Peter Simkovich from Leichhardt Rowing Club in 8th place. And a little change of the commentary for this morning. Thank you very much to Ant de Cosmo making her commentary debut at this regatta. Has done a bit of commentary before, known to weaponise a microphone. And I don't think she heard that as she left. But joined in the commentary box by Rob Glendenning. Welcome, Rob.
Yeah, good morning, Chris. And what a great day of racing. A very, very full day of racing ahead of us, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I was saying earlier, it's the Friday used to just be maybe a couple of hours of heats in the afternoons, and it was only a few people that had to come out on the Friday, and now it's the regatta is well and truly on from 9:30 on Friday morning and right through to 2:30. Not too bad for this afternoon. There's plenty of time to relax before a big day of racing tomorrow. But Heat 4 underway in the men's under-19 single scull. So heat 4 underway, the final heat in the under-19 men's single scull, but we will see them back on the course this afternoon in the semi-finals. So Gippsland Grammar's Obi Vardy in lane 1, Manning Valley Anglicans Oliver Samps in lane 2, Mossman's Floris Elias in lane 3, the King School's Lockie Rogers in lane 4, Remy Wilson from Leichhardt in lane 5, Isaac Peach from North Esk in lane 6, Centenary's Joshua Bradbury in lane 7, St Augustine's Rory Parker in lane 8, and Commercial's Alex Cook in lane 9. So another very diverse race with Victorians, Tasmanians, Queenslanders and New South Welshmen all represented, and pretty tight across the field all the way through to the 1,000-metre mark. Floris Elias leading, but only narrowly from Rory Parker of St Augustine's. Obi Vardy of Gippsland Grammar running 3rd, and North Esk's Isaac Peach in 4th. Lockie Rogers from the King's School just out of that top 4 qualifying spot. But I wouldn't expect him to take that one lying down. A tough competitor. Lockie, older brother Will, we saw in the pair earlier on today. And they're coming through the 1,500-metre mark now. And this is the St Augustine's sculler, Rory Parker, who has moved into the lead over Floris Elias. And there's Lockie Rogers from the King's School running 3rd, Obi Vardy from Gippsland Grammar 4th. So things are tight at the 1,000 and starting to spread out. Isaac Peach from North Esk and Centenary's Joshua Bradbury doing battle there for 5th place. And if that battle continues, might make some ground back up on our leading 4, Rob.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rory Parker really has put the hammer down coming through that 3rd 500. He had a very slight advantage over Floris Floris Elias at the 1,000 metres and put about a length on him, and looks to be extending that as we get a bit further down the track. It's currently Rory Parker still holding that advantage over Floris Elias. Lockie Rogers, Obi Vardy, Isaac Peach, and as they come into the last 250 metres. But yeah, the race is certainly on out front. It's reminding that it's the first forward of the semi-final. The rest are eliminated. So there's a bit of a tussle on for that 4th position. It does look like the sculler from the Gippsland sculler, Obi Vardy, and over here in Centenary's Joshua Bradbury do look like the ones that are at risk here. So that's where the race is. But certainly no problem for Floris Elias and Rory Parker, who have really put about a couple of lengths on them. Big effort coming from Obi Vardy now over in the far side, and looks to, he's probably taking a look across and thinking he may well have the Centenary sculler Joshua Bradbury covered, but nothing in it as they come into the last 100 metres, but certainly no problem whatsoever for Rory Parker from St Augustine's over here in lane 8. He will cross the line in quite comfortably in the end over Mossman's Floris Elias. It is still very, very close. The sculler from Kings, Lockie Rogers, now putting on a big spurt and will come down to the line to take in 3rd place, and it's going to be nothing in it, and it does look like all the work over on this side by the Centenary sculler Joshua Bradbury has got him home for 4th, Chris.
That was very, very close between Bradbury and Vardy. Can we say he's done a Bradbury? Not quite, but it's a good come from behind. In the spirit of the Winter Games, I know. In the spirit of the Winter Games, Stephen Bradbury's been released from cryogenic freezing. But I do think that was the Centenary sculler who's just gotten over the Gippsland sculler. So recapping that, we'll wait till we get the photo finish, but certainly Rory Parker in 7:32 with the lead. Floris Elias there 2nd. Lockie Rogers from Kings got himself up into 3rd and then relaxed, had everyone sort of come back at him, saw the danger late and responded. And then we think Joshua Bradbury just coming from behind in the spirit of his last name over Gippsland Grammar's Obi Vardy. Alex Cook from Commercial in 6th. North Esk's Isaac Peach in 7th. Manning Valley Anglicans Oliver Sampson in 8th. And Leichhardt's Remy Wilson in 9th place. And moving up an age group to the under-21s and over to the women's first heat, just two heats in the under-21 women's single, and the first heat, race 18, is on the course now, and we're just approaching the 1,000-metre mark, it looks like. So that's Swan River in lane 2, Lara Connolly, Alice McCready from Sydney University in lane 3, Constantina Kafasis from Yarra Yarra in lane 4, Stella Benson from Corio Bay in lane 5, Hannah Johansson from Toowong in lane 6, University of Queensland's Ella Welsh in lane 7, and Sasha Humble from Adelaide in lane number 8. You can see them just through the 1,000-metre mark there, and through that 1,000-metre mark, Hannah Johansson from Toowong, from University of Queensland's Ella Welsh, from Swan River's Lara Connolly, and Constantina Kafasis from Yarra Yarra, currently running top 4 through. Alice McCready from Sydney University in 5th. We'd like at least one New South Wales sculler to be progressing through from this race, but there's not many of them. In fact, Alice McCready is the sole New South Wales representative in this heat.
Yeah, and that's right, Chris. And just as they came through the 1,000 metres, there's nothing in that 4th place. So it's going to be a real tussle between Kafafis, McCready and Benson to see who gets through for that all-important 4th place and straight into the final.
And it's worth mentioning as well that when we see these margins on the screen of 0.74, 0.78, 0.28, everything is done by hand here at this regatta with the margins. It is literally volunteers who we are always incredibly thankful for down in the timing huts. And I hear we're actually oversubscribed for volunteers in the timing huts this weekend, which is fantastic. But literally pushing buttons as they come across the line. So just keep in mind that those tiny little margins, it's probably even closer than the margins that we get on the screen. So surely in for a great race here in this second heat of the under-21 single scull.
And those 3 scullers are in the lanes 3, 4 and 5. So very, very close and in close proximity. So they can really seeing what's happening as far as the others how the others are performing as they come down towards the 1,500 metre mark. But it is still a tight race, but it looks no trouble whatsoever for Hannah Johansson, who's out to probably a length's lead. And as they come through the 1,500 metre mark, it was Hannah Johansson from Toowong. She's got about a length and a half lead over University of Queensland's Ella Welsh, followed by Sydney University's Alice McCready, Swan River's Lara Connolly, Yarra Yarra's Constantina Kafasis, and Corio Bay's Stella Benson. But as Chris mentioned, sometimes the pushing of the buttons can be slightly out of order as well. So we'll have to wait till we get a little bit closer to the finish to get that the exact positions.
Yeah, so the sole New South Wales sculler, Alice McCready, who previously from, previously, I think once a Novocastrian, always a Novocastrian, but moving down to Sydney University Boat Club and doing very well under the guidance of Phil Bergeron and Alan Bennett, and looking to cement her place in the final here, and but very, very tight indeed, and we'll have to battle for it every stroke of the way. The one who's not having to battle for it as much is Hannah Johansson, a comfortable lead there over Ella Welsh. So the 2 Queenslanders pushing out, but that battle for the final qualifying spot starting to encroach on Ella Welsh from the University of Queensland. So if you join us on the live stream, the sculler to the far left, there's Ella Welsh leading in the centre of the picture. Hannah Johansson from Toowong in the yellow and blue. And then over on the right-hand side, you can see that battle unfolding between Alice McCready, who's the second one in from the right-hand side of the picture, and Lara Connolly from Swan River. And then, of course, in the centre, not out of it at all, Constantina Kafasis from Yarra Yarra and Corio Bay's Stella Benson in the centre of the course. And I think that final qualifying spot could go one of 3 ways at the moment. It is certainly the 2 Queenslanders and McCready from Sydney University running in the top 3. But then there are 3 scullers hunting them down for that 4th qualification spot. At the moment, looks like Lara Connolly best placed for that last qualification spot. Sculler in lane 5 from Corio Bay. Stella Benson knocking on the door, but I think it's going to run out of course. Hannah Johansson from Toowong first across the line. University of Queensland's Ella Welsh second. Third is Alice McCready, and then just hanging on to that last spot in the final will be Lara Connolly from Swan River. Stella Benson from Corio Bay in 5th. Constantina Kafasis from Yarra Yarra in 6th. And then Adelaide Rowing Club's Sasha Humble in 7th place to round out this first heat of the under-21 women's singles scull. And I think that might do me for this stint of commentary. I'll pass back over to you, Rob, in a couple of moments. We're joined by the fantastic tones of Lizzie Chapman.
And over to race 19 that's on the course. It's the second heat of the women's under-21 single scull. Progression, first 4 through to the final. Lane 2, we have Tamar's Emma Johnson. Lane 3, Swan River, Emma O'Neill, coached by Mark Beer and Neville Kempton. In lane 4, Surface Paradise, Courtney Davis, coached by Augustin Rodero. In lane 5, UTS's Sienna Morgan, coached by Sam Fennessy. Lane 6, Adelaide University's Felicity Cox. And in lane 7, Sydney Rowing Club's Lucy Yabsley, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. And I welcome Lizzie Chapman. Oh, sorry, I've jumped a bit early on that, but she's just about there.
That's okay. Born ready. Born ready.
And through the 1,000 metre mark, we seem to have lost the feed on that one. So. But it does look like faring quite well out there. The scullers in the middle. So the Tamar's Emma Johnson would be Courtney Davis, Surface Paradise, and across onto this side, Sydney's Lucy Yabsley and Felicity Cox from Adelaide University. Appears to be where the race is at the moment. Certainly we've got a little hiccup in our timing, so we haven't got any 1,000 metre scores. But as we come down to the 1,500 metre mark, we're hoping to pick that up again. And it does appear that it's Surface Paradise sculler Courtney Davis now, who may be is certainly right up there at the lead. Tamar's Emma Johnson certainly making a great fist of it over there in lane 2, coming down to the 1,500 metre mark. So it's going to be a close race. It does look like it's a close race at the front, but the first 4 to go through to the final, it looks fairly well determined at the moment as they come through the 1,500 metre mark. And just coming through the 1,500 metre mark, it was Emma Johnson from Tamar. And she's holding it just about a second over Courtney Davis with Lucy Yabsley, Sydney's Lucy Yabsley, just a short distance back in third, and then a little bit further back to Felicity Cox, about a length. And then it's about a 10-second gap back to Emma O'Neill, and we're just waiting for the UTS's Sienna Morgan to come through as she does now. So it's certainly this first 4 are fairly well sorted at this point in time. It does look like Lucy Yabsley over in lane 7 is just putting on a bit of an effort here as she comes down towards the 250 metre mark. But it does look like Emma Johnson rowing well within herself over in lane 2 and certainly looking very untroubled as she comes down into the 250 metre mark. It is the Surface Paradise's Courtney Davis also up there, as well as Felicity Cox from Adelaide University and Sydney's Lucy Yabsley.
Yeah, Sienna Morgan and Lucy Yabsley were together in the junior quad a couple of years ago. Do you know what? I came into this thinking I won't know anybody, and straight away I do. So, yeah, good to see those two doing battle against each other. And Emma O'Neill from Swan River, coming all the way across from Western Australia to prepare, no doubt, for national championships, with coaches Mark Beer and Neville Kempton putting out a good show there in this first round. The first 4 will go through to the final, as you said. Some of the events, though, we've got heats, then semi-finals, then finals. So 3 races in one afternoon or one morning is quite significant, isn't it?
Well, that certainly is the case. And when you double up for singles, doubles and bigger boats, it's they could end up with 5 or 6 races in a day. But certainly Lucy Yabsley just putting on, as said, lifting the rating over on this side.
Nice.
And it does look like she may well just, it's going to be very close to her and Emma Johnson, but Emma Johnson certainly just cruising towards the line. But it will be Lucy Yabsley just going across to take first, followed by Emma Johnson. It will be Adelaide University's Felicity Cox in third and Courtney Davis from Surface Paradise in fourth. And they will be the 4 going through to the final. Just coming down to the line now, we have Emma O'Neill from Swan River. Just coming across the line now, certainly well travelled, coming across from Western Australia, Emma O'Neill, and but great experience out here on the course and great competition. And now we have Sienna Morgan, not so much travelled, just coming from inner Sydney, just coming across the line now to take finish off this field.
And of course the times, I guess the coaches will be interested in that, given that they're all going to be racing each other in semi-finals. So the first heat was won by Hannah Johansson in a time of 8:15.91, and Lucy Yabsley just snatching the win there over Emma Johnson of Tamar, who had led all the way to that stage in a time of 8:12.67, the margin just 0.63. A further 2.42 back to third placed Felicity Cox from Adelaide University Boat Club, just 0.45 of a second over Courtney Davis of Surfers Paradise.
And we move straight on to race 20, the championship men's under 21 single scull. The progression in this one is heat 1, and progression is first 3 to the final. The rest are eliminated.
In lane 1, we have Ben Hayward from Canberra. In lane 2, Dylan Outram from Canberra, both of them coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeffrey Brown. In lane 3, Thomas Stevens from University of Queensland Boat Club, coached by Randall Martin and Lachlan Johnston. In lane 4, Dylan Lee from Leichhardt, coached by Isaac Shepherd. In lane 5, Patrick Keenan from Adelaide University Boat Club. In lane 6, Michael Jenkins from Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Patrick Graham. In lane 7, Alex Lee from Adelaide Rowing Club. In lane 8, Will Sulicic from the University of New South Wales, coached by Justin Quigley and Chris Burns. Sydney University's Morgan Jones was to race in lane 9, but he has scratched. And at the 1,000-metre mark, it was the University of Queensland Boat Club sculler Thomas Stevens who had taken a lead of just about a length, I suppose, over... I'm pretty sure it was Ben Hayward. Yes, Ben Hayward from the ACT. And in third position, Dylan Outram from the ACT. Our second Dylan Lee from Leichhardt Rowing Club here in Sydney, currently sitting in fourth. And they are very, very close together, Ben, Dylan and the other Dylan. Then it's back to Alex Lee of Adelaide Rowing Club in fifth, Patrick Keenan of Adelaide Uni in sixth, and Will Sulicic of the University of New South Wales in seventh. But one of the closer races over the last half an hour, I would say.
Absolutely, and it is Thomas Stevens from University of Queensland who has just a little bit of jump. It's going to be very, very tight, Lizzie, for that third place into the final. And it was very close coming through, about a second and a half covering the three scullers in second, third and fourth. So as they come down to the 250-metre mark, it looks pretty much like Thomas Stevens is untroubled, coached by Randall Martin and Lachlan Johnson from the University of Queensland. Off to his left is the Dylan Lee from Leichhardt, who looks to have improved his position somewhat and certainly moved up to what appears to be second place at the moment, leaving a lot of work to do from the two Canberra scullers, Dylan Outram and Ben Hayward. And over on this side, the Adelaide sculler, Alex Lee, certainly putting in a great effort as well. So it's absolutely on as we come down into the red boys with about 100 metres to go. And not untroubled out in front, Thomas Stevens, he's looking very, very comfortable there at the moment. A great row by Leichhardt's Dylan Lee, though. He was probably in third or fourth place coming through that 1,500-metre mark. So he's done a great work to get up into second place. And it's going down to the line. It is over on this side. Alex Lee from Adelaide University really putting it on. And it's absolutely nothing in it between him and Dylan Outram. And it will be extremely close. It does appear that Alex Lee may well have just got there ahead of Dylan Outram. But we'll wait. It's gone to... no, it hasn't on the photo. So it was called across the line as Thomas Stevens, Dylan Lee and Alex Lee for those for the places, first, second and third places, as coming down the line, Patrick Keenan from Adelaide University crossing the line, followed by University of New South Wales, Will Sulicic.
So provisional time there for Thomas Stevens of the University of Queensland Boat Club, taking out heat number 1 of the men's under 21 single scull, 7 minutes 31.46. It looks like he managed to maintain a lead of 3.52 seconds over Dylan Lee, a further 2.16 seconds back to Alex Lee of Adelaide, and those will be the three scullers that will progress through to the final. And just squeezing Dylan Outram out of that top four by 0.57 of a second, Alex Lee. Ben Hayward eventually placing fifth, Patrick Keenan of Adelaide Uni sixth, Will Sulicic of University of New South Wales seventh, and Michael Jenkins of Sydney Rowing Club eighth. So 7:31.46, the provisional time to beat. And our second heat is underway with Joe Lee Conway of Mercantile Rowing Club in lane 1, coached by Scott Rowe and Ed Ryan. Zach Lazarus of Maroochydore in lane 2, coached by Amanda Rookawai and Hamish Parry. Riley Dale of Black Mountain Rowing Club in lane 3, coached by Renee Domashens. Harry Coddington of Mossman Rowing Club in lane 4, coached by Alfie Young. Matthew English of Melbourne University Boat Club in lane 5. Rhys Davey of Essendon Rowing Club in lane 6. Ned Joyce of Corio Bay Rowing Club in lane 7, coached by Dick Garrard. In lane 8, Campbell Milne of Canberra Rowing Club, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeffrey Brown. And in lane 9, from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Robert Olivia, coached by Matthias Ungermach and Jack Hargreaves.
And through the 1,000-metre mark, it was Joe Lee Conway from Mercantile holding a very slight advantage over Harry Coddington, followed by Ned Joyce and Rhys Davey, but absolutely nothing in it. So once again, we're going to have an extremely close race. We're out to 9 competitors in this field, so they've tried to consolidate these heats to reduce the amount of races we have on the day. But certainly coming down to the 1,500-metre mark, it does appear that the Mossman Sculler and the Mercantile Sculler do appear to have moved out a little bit from the field, and coming through that 1,500-metre mark, we'll see that very shortly. But certainly a close race and going to be another tight tussle for that third position. But in fact, it is UTS's Robert Olivia who has gone through the 1,500-metre mark in front, holding a very slight advantage over Joe Lee Conway from Mercantile, a little bit further back to Ned Joyce from Corio Bay, and then it was Harry Coddington from Mossman. So extremely close, and the race is certainly on at the front, and there's a little bit of a gap opening up now between Ned Joyce and Harry Coddington, which had not enough to rest on that third place. So he's still in danger of a really tight tussle as we come down to the line. But it was the big mover in that the 500 metre was Robert Olivia from UTS over here in lane 9, and certainly making great headway at the moment. But we're moving across. We do see that it is still Joe Lee Conway right over on the other side. So pretty tough ask, these guys that either on either side of the field, but all they'd be interested in the moment is making sure that they do get through to the final. A bit of an effort coming from, looks like Corio Bay's Ned Joyce though, and trying to pull back that position. Just having a few uneven strokes there as he comes into the 250-metre mark. But certainly Joe Lee Conway from Mercantile has stepped it up a touch, as has Mossman's Harry Coddington and Robert Olivia over on this side. So that's where the race is on at the moment. And with about 100 metres to go, it is very, very tight. It doesn't look like Corio's Ned Joyce will have enough here, but certainly not going to die wondering. He's certainly lifting the boat out of the water at the moment. He's got a ripper of a finish happening here. So it's going to be extremely close. Robert Olivia on this side just reacting to that. And certainly the Mossman Sculler, Harry Coddington, looked across and he's in real danger of missing the spot. It is a great finish, and it will be Ed Joyce of Corio Bay coming and taking that third position over Harry Coddington. But certainly an absolute crazy finish from Ned Joyce to take that third place and that run into the final.
I don't know. It looked to me like Robert Olivia of UTS Haberfield snuck in. We're waiting to... Yep. So we can say in reverse order that 9th was Riley Daly. Rhys Davey, sorry. 8th was Campbell Milne. 7th was Matthew English. And 6th was Rhys Davey. And then I suspect our photo finish judges are having a hard time of it, so we'll come back to you with provisional times and placings. In the meantime, Heat 3 is underway, and we have Zachary Neal of UTS Haberfield in lane 2. In lane 3, we have Tom Jones from West Australian Rowing Club. In lane 4, Charlie White from Melbourne University Boat Club. In lane 5, Finn Redman from Torrens Rowing Club of Adelaide. And in lane 6, Igor Zarabin of Adelaide Rowing Club. In lane 7, Frederick Atkins from the University of Queensland Boat Club. In lane 8, Angus Scott from Canberra's High Performance Programme at the ACTAS, that coached by Tom Westgarth. And in lane 9 from Sydney University Boat Club, Bryn Potter, coached by Rob Black. At the 1,000-metre mark, Igor Zarabin from Adelaide Rowing Club had taken a close lead over Melbourne University Boat Club's Charlie White. Then very close behind them, Tom Jones from West Australian Rowing Club and Frederick Atkins from the UQBC.
And just confirming that it was Robert Olivia from UTS who crossed the line with about a second advantage over Joe Lee Conway from Mercantile and Harry Coddington from
Mossman,
the
old Northern Beaches Secondary College sculler. So he took out third place, so he'll progress through to the semi-final. Squeezed out Ned Joyce despite Ned's great finish there. So
through the 1,500 metre mark, we have Igor Zarabin in first position, Charlie White in second, Frederick Atkins in third. A little bit of about a second back to Tom Jones, followed by Angus Scott, Finn Redman, Bryn Potter and Zachary Neal. So it does appear that once again a very, very tight race. First three through to the final in these three heats. But as they come into the last 300 metres, it does look very close for that third and fourth position from our vantage point. Yeah, but it is Igor from the Adelaide University sculler, certainly still holding on to that advantage as we come down to the last 250 metres. A lot of work being put in here by the Torrens sculler, the Adelaide University Igor Zarabin and Melbourne University sculler, who's really moved up onto the side, Charlie White, and he's now vying for that first place. The real race is going to be on between Western Australia's rowing clubs Tom Jones and University of Queensland's Frederick Atkins at the moment for that third position, and certainly not a lot in it. But just going stroke for stroke out the front here are the Tom Jones from West Australian Rowing, Melbourne University's Charlie White and Adelaide's Igor Zarabin, and that looks like to be the first place. There's certainly a lot of speed being produced over here by Frederick Atkins from University of Queensland. He's holding a slight advantage over Western Australia's Tom Jones, but it will be Adelaide University Igor Zarabin going across the line in first, followed by Melbourne University's Charlie White. Then it will be Frederick Atkins from University of Queensland and Tom Jones from WA Rowing Club. Then followed by Torrens' Finn Redmond, it will be Sydney University's Bryn Potter crossing the line, and closing out the field, University's Zachary Neal.
And in terms of time, the provisional time for Igor Zarabin of Adelaide Rowing Club's win in the third heat was 7 minutes 28.27, which compares with 7:33 in heat 2 and 7:31 in heat 1. Nice and fast, that one. Moving rapidly on, we're now moving up an age category to under 23, and we're going back to women's single sculls. Again, the first three will progress through to the final. In lane 2, we have Georgia Campbell of Mercantile Rowing Club, coached by Scott Rowe. In lane 3, Sophie Malcolm from Centenary and the Queensland Academy of Sport. In lane 4, Ashley Cherry of Tamar in Tasmania, coached by Andrew Hull. In lane 5, Gemma Jansen van Vuren, coached by Gus Rodero, representing Surfers Paradise. In lane 6, Isabella Edinger of Swan River, coached by Neville Kempton and Mark Beer. In lane 7, Olivia Yates from Tasmanian University Boat Club. And in lane 8, Alana Edwards from Buckinghamshire Rowing Club. At the 1,000-metre mark, Sophie Malcolm from Centenary had taken a lead over Georgia Campbell of Mercantile. So that's lanes 3 and 2, battling it out there. Olivia Yates of Tasmania University Boat Club is very close behind, about half a length, and then it's back a couple of lengths to Alana Edwards of Buckinghamshire Rowing Club. Currently sitting in 5th, Gemma Janssen van Vuren of Surfers Paradise. In 6th, Ashley Cherry of Tamar, and in 7th, Isabella Edinger of Swan River. The provisional time to the halfway mark was 3 minutes 55.55, and you can see a little headwind just starting to lift here at the finish.
And through the 1,500 metre mark, it was Sophie Malcolm in first position, and quite a handy lead over Georgia Campbell, followed by Olivia Yates. There's not much in that at all. Now about a length and a half back to Alana Edwards, another further length and a half back to Gemma Janssen van Vuren, and further back to Ashley Cherry. So it does look like a fairly comfortable row out in front by Sophie Malcolm from Centenary. And over there in lane 3. Certainly still faring very well over on this side is Tasmania University's Olivia Yates, and is certainly making the inroads. And it does appear that these 3 will be the ones going through to the final with that 1-2-3 progression, the rest eliminated.
So both Olivia and Sophie were in the under-23 quad for Australia last year at the under-23 World Championships, so doing battle against each other here. And currently Sophie has about a, what's that, 4.5 second lead.
And certainly looking untroubled out there in front, Lizzie. Very, very comfortable, nice and long. Rating or not overrating, just certainly got this race covered as she's coming down into the final 100 metres. The big move has come from Olivia Yates. I'm not sure she will overtake Sophie Malcolm over on the other side of Georgia. I think it's actually Georgia Campbell over on the other side. So they're racing it out for that third place coming into the last 50 odd metres. But it will be
the very talented Sophie Malcolm, and then Olivia Yates sprinting into second position, and just moving Georgia Campbell back down to 3rd, which of course the only real consequence of that is just what lane you get in the final. Alana Edwards placing 4th, just pushed out there of the final, was first 3 through to the final. Placing 5th was Gemma Janssen van Vuren, Ashley Cherry of Tamar placing 6th. And that must mean Isabella, here she comes, will place 7th, completing our first heat of the Championship Women's Under-23 Single Scull. What a field to come and race. Provisional time, 8 minutes, 3.37 seconds. The margins, 3.6, 1.79. And Heat 2 of the Under-23 Women's Single Scull is now in progress with Sarah Burke of the University of Queensland Boat Club in lane 3, Zara Kafuri of Mercantile Rowing Club in lane 4, Zena Metzger of Swan River in lane 5, Liesl Page of Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6, Zara Turner of the Australian National University and the ACT High Performance Programme in lane 7, and Francesca Spano of Essendon Rowing Club in lane 8. Goodness me, yet again, what a lineup. A lot of experience there, especially Liesl Page, but I'm pretty sure certainly Zena represented internationally. And Zara?
Yeah, and certainly Liesl Page holding up the flag for New South Wales, because it's an all interstate event other than that. But through the 1,000-metre mark, it was Sarah Burke of University of Queensland with a slight advantage over Zara Kfouri, followed by Zara Turner, Liesl Page, Sina Metzger and Francesco Spano. So really it's first three to the final. Looks fairly well set at the moment, a little bit of a gap back, but certainly Liesl Page has the ability to get back into that top three over the next 500 metres. So it'll be quite the race.
Yeah, interesting to see Sarah Burke, because last year she was in sweep. She was medalling, I think she was silver medalist in the under-21 pair last year here at the championships, and went on to represent at the national championships. So great to see her in a single scull. And we've just been informed by our co-commentator that she got the bronze medal at the Queensland State Championships recently. So obviously looking to take a sweep, get medals at every state champs. But some real talent there, with Phil Bourguignon having moved from the University of Queensland Boat Club to Sydney University Boat Club. The programme now, both men and women, being coached by Randall Martin and Lachlan Johnston. And she's clearly going really well in her single scull under them. Very similar time to the halfway mark to Sophie Malcolm, also of Queensland. She did 3:55. Sarah has also done 3:55. Zara Kfouri just less than a second behind her, currently sitting in second place.
And just coming through the 1,500 metre mark as we speak. And it will be Zara Kfouri just holding she's had a big effort through that for that third 500, and has put up about a boat length over Sarah Burke, followed by Zara Turner and Liesl Page, who's fallen back a little bit from Zara Turner. So a lot of work to do if she wants to get herself back into the final. But certainly the race has changed at the front, and Zara Kfouri having, as said, a great. She's had about a 5-second turnaround. She's pulled over Sarah Burke through that 500 metres, and as they come down into about 300 metres to go, it still appears to be the race between these two, Zara Kfouri and Sarah Burke, over on the far side in lanes 3 and 4. Over on this side, we still have the University. Zara Turner from the ANU ACT is right up there as well, and you can see just off to her right-hand side in lane 6 is Liesl Page. So all the work to be done by Liesl Page if she wants to get back. She's got about 250 metres to achieve that, but will have to actually make a big move very soon.
Beautiful conditions.
Beautiful conditions out on the course. A little bit of a ripple there. I'm not sure whether the boat or something's come through there, but won't trouble these scullers coming down towards the line. And it certainly Zara Kfouri now just winding it up. She's going to have a bit of an effort just to make sure of a position out there in front and improve her lane draw in the final. Going with her is Sarah Burke off to her right in lane 3, and further over this side Zara Turner from ANU ACT. Liesl Page doing a lot of work back there in fourth, but I don't think she's going to quite have enough to overcome the gap that Zara Turner holds over for that third position. So coming down to the line now, it is Zara Kfouri, and she takes out a great win in this heat of the Women's Championship Under-23 single scull. It will be very close for that third place. It will be probably a photo, but it will be between Sarah Burke and Zara Turner, followed by Liesl Page. And then a little bit further back, it will be Swan River's Sina Metzger, and over on this side, Essensen's Francesca Spano.
And they were similar times to the halfway mark, but I think probably, even though it looked really competitive, they took their feet off the gas a little bit. So 5 seconds slower that heat compared with the first heat, 8:08. The margins between Zara Kfouri and Sarah Burke at the end, 2.69, and then just 0.35 back to Zara Turner. So that final is looking highly competitive. Race 83 is what you're looking for the final. Sorry, I haven't looked up what time that will be, but we'll get back to you with that. We've got a third heat now in progress to find the final 3 people for the final in the Championship Women's Under-23 Single Scull. In lane 3, we have Tully Combridge from Barwon Rowing Club, coached by Anita Whitehouse. In lane 4, Caroline McNally of Adelaide University Boat Club. In lane 5, Eliza Bridgefoot from the University of Queensland Boat Club and the Queensland Academy of Sport. Eliza was also in that under-23 quad for Australia last year. In lane 6, Zoe Bond of Mossman Rowing Club, coached by Alfie Young. In lane 7, Brooklyn Leslie of the Australian National University, coached by Nigel Harding. And in lane 8, Jacinta Caruso of Melbourne University Boat Club.
And the first 3, coming through 1,000 metres, the first 3 look fairly clearly cut at the moment. It is Caroline McNally from Adelaide University holding a very slight advantage over Zoe Bond from Mossman, and followed by Melbourne University's Jacinta Caruso. A little bit of a gap then back to ANU's Brooklyn Leslie and Barwon's Tully Combridge. Certainly very, very close for these first 3, but I'm sure with about a 7-second back to 4th place, they'll be probably just conserving themselves a little bit coming through this third 500 metres, moving down towards the 1,500 metre mark. Conditions out on the course at the moment are absolutely spectacular, so great rowing conditions, no wind at all in the flags in front of the grandstand. Just a reminder, there 2 pedestrians, cyclists, and the like going up to the start. There is a barrier set up about 100 metres down from the start to give to restrict bikes and the like going up through there, to give the competitors, the athletes waiting for their starts, a little bit of space to just do their thing without the distraction of people on the shoreline. So if you can please be mindful of that barrier, and anybody on a bike or pedestrian or supporters of the rowers stay behind this side of that that barricade, it would be greatly appreciated.
So I must say Caroline McNally is a new name to me, but just checking in with Rowing Australia and Junior Rowing News, clearly one to watch for the future. She's an identified pathway athlete training at the South Australian Sports Institute, and at their South Australia's recent state championships, she won the Open Women's Single Scull, the Open Women's Quad, and had silver in the Open Women's 8. So, as I say, one to watch for the future, but certainly a great start for her in this race, leading at the halfway mark and still leading at the 1,500 metre mark over the previous former junior rower for Australia, Zoe Bond. Then it's Jacinta Caruso of Melbourne University still sitting in 3rd, quite close. Then 11 seconds back to Brooklyn Leslie of ANU, Tully Combridge of Barwon. And I presume Eliza Bridgefoot is not in the race.
Just while we're waiting for these scullers to come down for the last 250 metres, we've just got Josie Armstrong of Sydney University, who's just going to do a little bit of a stint on the microphone for a race or two to give that experience. So back over to the race, and you, Lizzie.
Not another person from Sydney University Boat Club. They're going to think it's a takeover, Josie. Good to have another female voice on the commentary. Welcome to the mic. Oh, sorry, Rob. So looking really relaxed here, I must say, in lane 4. Our sculler, Caroline McNally from Adelaide University, and then Zoe Bond of Mossman Rowing Club. She's going to sit comfortably in 2nd position, conserving energy, because I'm sure these guys are entered into quite a few events. Beautiful sculling from Caroline McNally, very long, really accurate on the front end, looking very comfortable indeed, taking out heat 3 of the Championship Women's Under-23 scull. 2nd second, Zoe Bond from Mossman, and third, Jacinta Caruso of Melbourne University Boat Club. So those three scullers will progress through to the final. Coming across in fourth, Brooklyn Leslie from the Australian National University, and fifth will be Tully Combridge from Barwon Rowing Club. And sadly, both of those will be eliminated, and Eliza Bridgefoot from the University of Queensland Boat Club did not start.
Is that on? The provisional time for Adelaide Uni and Carolyn McNally coming across at 8:16.12, followed by Zoe Bond from Mossman, who was 3.5 seconds behind at about 8:20 overall, and then a 2-second margin back to Jacinta Caruso from Melbourne University to round out those qualifying spots in the third heat of the Championship Women's Under-23 Single Scull. We now move across to our men's under-23 single sculls with our first competitor coming down in lane 3 from ANU and the ACT, being James Robson. Sydney University's Adam Holland, having come up from South Australia for this season in lane 4. Next to him in lane 5 is Ryan Furness, coached by Odin McIntosh from Newcastle University. In lane 6 from Banks Bo Huang, coached by Joe O'Neill. In lane 7 from Adelaide Uni, Oliver Evans-Wood. And in lane 8 from Townsville JCU, Micah Talbot, coached by Jamie Forbes.
And at the halfway mark, Adam Holland from Sydney University Boat Club sits in first place, just half a length over the talented up-and-comer Oliver Evans-Wood from the Adelaide University Boat Club and the South Australian Sports Institute. Sitting in third, James Robson from ANU and the ACT High Performance Programme. And those three at the 1,500 metre mark continued to lead. It's still about 1.56 of a second gap between Adam and Oliver in first and second position. Then a further couple of lengths, 6.36 seconds back to James Robson of ANU, and a further 10 seconds back to Mika Talbot of Townsville James Cook University. Bo Huang of Banks currently sitting in fifth. Time to the 1,500 metre mark, 5 minutes, 26 seconds. So Adam was representing Australia last year in the under-23 men's quad, where he was coached by Tom Lorridge, head coach at Sydney University Boat Club. And as Josie said, he's now moved from Adelaide down to Sydney University, where he continues to be coached by Tom Lorridge. So a good start for him in this men's under-23 single. I believe this is an event that the selectors will certainly be looking at, even if it's not an official selection event.
Yeah. And certainly just coming into this line, Adam's looking really strong, having a big swing back into that slight headwind that was coming through before. And it seems like our placings from the 1,500 metre will stay pretty much as they were, with Adam Holland going across the line first over in lane 4, followed by from Adelaide University, Oliver Evans-Wood, with their bright pink for 100 years of women at the club, or 50 years.
Oh,
but
thank you. Didn't know that.
Slightly more of a dog race towards the end there, as Adelaide Uni inched up on Holland just to really shake the field a bit, and coming across in that third spot from ANU, James Robson. Over in lane 8, we have our 4th place finisher from Townsville, Micah Talbot, crossing the line, and then rounding off our pack, 2 more scullers. In the pink from Banks, Bo Huang will come across in 5th, followed by, from Newcastle Uni, Ryan Furness.
So provisional time for Adam Holland, crossing in first place in this first heat of the men's under 23 single scull, 7 minutes 19.37. A margin of 0.42 back to Oliver Evans-Wood after the sprint finish, and then a further 11.19 seconds back to James Robson. Then it was 10.62 back to Mika Talbot of Townsville, 21.51 back to Bo Huang. So you can certainly see that the serious under 23s who are chasing selection are out there posting some fairly fast times. We'll move on to Heat 2, which is in progress. We have Joshua Matheson of Wendouree Ballarat in lane 2. He's coached by Sam Hutchison. Jago Lambert of the University of New South Wales in lane 3. He's coached by Justin Quigley and Chris Burns. Nick Whalen from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4, coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. Alexander Williams of Adelaide University Boat Club in lane 5. Tobias Elias of Mossman Rowing Club, coached by Alfie Young, sits in lane 6 with Remy Payne of Fremantle Rowing Club in lane 7, coached by David Van Das. And rounding out our field of 7 scullers, we have Jonathan Mackay from Adelaide Rowing Club in lane 8.
And coming across the 1,000-metre mark in first place is Tobias Elias from one of the home clubs in this field of Mossman with a 3:36. So another quite fast heat coming through, despite being one of the younger competitors in this field. Followed closely by less than a second of Adelaide Uni's Alexander Williams, and then 3 seconds behind at the 1,000-metre mark, Adelaide's Jonathan Mackay. So like we said before, a fairly speedy heat coming through, and many of these athletes looking to make the under-23 team, especially with sculling having a lot more investment in it and a lot more action around it following an Olympic reform and wanting to bring our sculling results up, particularly on the men's side. I'm sure we've all would have been following the newly updated social media pages of the Rosellas and the men of Burley Griffin, seeing them get in their action down in Canberra. Many of these more junior athletes surely dreaming of making the NTC in future and using this as an opportunity to really get their name out there earlier before they reach that point. A bit of a change in our order into the 1,500 metre mark. Alexander Williams coming across the line first, followed by Tobias Elias, then Jonathan Mackay, Remy Payne, Joshua Matheson and Nick Whalen in 6 into that 1,500 metre mark. Our leading time into the 1,500 being 5 minutes and 30 seconds from our leader, Alexander Williams from Adelaide University Boat Club. And fairly tight margins as we approach the final 250 of this race. Coming down, all crews looking really smooth into this final portion, really honing in the power. Many of them undoubtedly will have huge weekends of racing, so trying not to overexert themselves. And crews, where given the opportunity, the weather in Penrith being nicer than some of our previous regattas, such as small boats, where there was quite the heat. So trying to make sure they have the energy to back themselves up after this heat into a final, and many of these athletes likely competing in even semis or 3 or 4 races per event going forward. It looks like our order from the 1,500 metre mark is staying relatively the same as we're approaching those final buoys, looking powerful and strong, all crews. And from our friends in South Australia, Adelaide University, we have Alexander Williams still holding the lead just out over Tobias Elias. Having a quick look over here, feeling confident and comfortable with his placing. Tobias coming across the line in second, also having a bit of a look out over to third. Just cruising across, like I said, saving that energy. And over in lane 8 in our third spot is from Adelaide Rowing Club, Jonathan Mackay. Crossing in 4th in lane 7 is Remy Payne from Fremantle. Nick Whalen in 5th from Sydney Rowing Club. And in 6th place from Wendouree Ballarat is Joshua Matheson. Finally in this heat, coming across in 7th place over in lane 3, from the University of New South Wales, Jago Lambert, a community-run rowing club run by the students of the University of New South Wales. So it's great to see them come out here and try some racing before moving into nationals, where they'll likely enter club events following from success in both uni games and nationals last year. So coming across, looking smooth, keeping his head up high, and certainly putting in a really good effort amongst the competitive field in lane 3 from the University of New South Wales, Jago Lambert.
And the provisional time there for Alexander Williams in the second heat of the men's under-23 single scull was 7 minutes 26. The margin 3.86 back to Tobias Elias and a further 2.87 to our third qualifier for the final, Jonathan Mackay from Adelaide Rowing Club. Our third heat of the men's under-23 single sculls on the course. Again, the first 3 will progress through to the semi-final. Jesse Rosen of Canberra and the ACT High Performance Programme is in lane 2, coached by Tom Westgarth. In lane 3, Mitchell Owen from the University of Queensland Boat Club, coached by Randall Martin and Lachlan Johnston. In lane 4, from UTS Haberfield, Brandon Smith, coached by Matthias Ungermach and Jack Hargreaves. In lane 5, from Tasmanian University Boat Club, Henry Maining, coached by Angus Painter. In lane 6, from West Australian Rowing Club, Joshua Hantke. In lane 7, from Mercantile Rowing Club, Archie Critchell, coached by Scott Rowe, and in lane 8 from Adelaide University Boat Club, Jude Shermer.
So through the 1,000 metre, it was Joshua Hantke from West Australia Rowing Club, just ahead of Mitchell Owen from University of Queensland, followed by Adelaide University's Jude Shermer, and fourth was UTS's Brandon Smith. So absolutely nothing in it, and once again, the first 3 through to the semi-final and the rest eliminated.
So yet again, we're seeing great performance from the kids from South Australia. I think having their state championships a little bit before ours has definitely fine-tuned them, hasn't it? Jude Shermer is in the lead over West Australian Rowing Club's Joshua Hantke, but just by 0.83 of a second at the 1,500 metre mark. Moving up from 4th place to 3rd, our gold medalist at the World Championships men's Coxed 4 back in 2022, Brandon Smith. And he has moved Mitchell Owen back into 4th place, but it's just a second between the two of them. And then sitting in 5th, the son of Jane Robinson, such an amazing Olympian for Australia herself, Archie Critchell, who these days rows for Mercantile Rowing Club. Jesse Rosen sitting in 6th, Henry Maining in 8th, and it looks like we've missed out Jesse Rosen, is it? Yeah, Jesse Rosen's in there somewhere. Yes. So we've got 4 people and only 3 qualifying spaces. So it's on for this last 100 metres of our third heat in the men's under-23 single scull. The first 3 are progressing through to the semi-final.
It does look like it's Mitchell Owen and Brandon Smith from UTS who are going to fight out for that third and very important place into the semi-final. But certainly no trouble over on this side for Jude Shermer, who has about a length and a half's lead over Western Australia Rowing Club's Joshua Hantke. Then it just putting on a bit of a big push. It looks like Brandon Smith from UTS has taken the power right off. So I'm not sure what's happened there, which has allowed Mitchell Owen from University of Queensland to sneak through, but it was Jude Shermer from Adelaide University coming across in 1st place, followed by Joshua Hantke over to Mitchell Owen. Not quite sure what happened there might have been a bit of a blow up in the UTS Brandon Smith boat. He was holding it, certainly vying for 3rd and didn't quite get there. Mercantile's Archie Critchell coming across the line, followed by Jesse Rossen from Canberra ACT and Henry Maining from TUBC.
Woo! Quality field and a nice finish there. But the 3 scullers who look as though they have qualified for the semi-final of the under-23 single scull are Jude Shermer of Adelaide University Boat Club, Joshua Hantke of West Australian Rowing Club, and Mitchell Owen of the University of Queensland Boat Club. The times provisionally 7:20.87, so that's our fastest so far, I think, 3.5 and 4.27. And unfortunately, if you're not in the top three, then you are now eliminated from that event, so you can go forth and concentrate on whatever your next event is. Everybody seems to be entered to 1 million events. Fourth heat is now on the course. We've got Cameron Schmidt of Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT High Performance Programme in lane 3, Lucas Cardacci of West Australian Rowing Club in lane 4, Patrick Murphy of the University of Queensland Boat Club in lane 5, Jack Power from UTS Haberfield in lane 6, Jasper Boyce of Adelaide University Boat Club in lane 7, and Charlie Hine of Sydney Rowing Club in lane 8.
Yes, through the 1,000 metres mark, it was Cameron Smith from Canberra ACT, followed by Jasper Boyce and Jack Power of UTS. Not a lot in it back to Charlie Hine. So once again, it's going to be a very tough race over at the top end of the field as they're coming down towards the 1,500 metre mark. Certainly the pace is on, and in lane 3, we have, sitting out there a bit on his own over on the other side there is Cameron Smith. So doing a great job with most of the competition happening over on this side between Jack Power and Jasper Boyce from Adelaide University. A little bit further back to Charlie Hine. So as they come through the 1,500 metre mark, it was Cameron Smith holding about a length's advantage over Jasper Boyce and Jack Power, as we called it earlier. Charlie Hine through just a little bit back now, about a length down. So he's got a lot of work to do if he wants to crawl back into that all-important third position and then place in through to the semi-final. But looking fairly well untroubled over on the other side there is Cameron Smith, enjoying some very good conditions out on this course today. Certainly not backing off at this point in time, so not leaving anything to chance as he comes down to about 300 metres to go. A bit of a ding-dong battle over on this side between Jack Power and Jasper Boyce of Adelaide University, and they're certainly fighting out for that second and third place. Not out of it altogether. Sydney's Charlie Hine in lane 8 is certainly doing a lot of work to try to pull back that advantage, but it looks like it might be a little bit too much at this stage. About a length and a half he's got behind Jack Power from UTS. So as they come into the 250 metre mark, now Cameron Smith holding a handy advantage over the two scullers from UTS and Adelaide University, Jack Power and Jasper Boyce. But Charlie Hine now winding it up coming into the last 250 metres, and certainly he's going to give it everything and try to crawl back that place to get into the semi-final. But coming down to the line now, about 100 odd metres to go. Cameron Smith from Canberra ACT looking very composed, still not backing off at all, so he's going to have a push all the way to the line. It is now very clear now that Jasper Boyce will get that second position. Jack Power just looking across, just making sure he's got Charlie Hine covered as he comes in towards the line. But it will be Cameron Smith coming over the line to take first place in this heat, followed by Jasper Boyce from Adelaide University. It will be Jack Power in third, and then it will be Charlie Hine from Sydney Rowing Club in fourth, and a little bit further back to University of Queensland's Patrick Murphy and Western Australian Rowing Club's Lucas Cardacci.
Provisional time for Cameron Schmidt taking out that fourth heat of the men's under-23 single scull was 7:21.48. The margin back to Jasper Boyce 2.04. Back to Jack Power 2.97. Charlie Hine missing out by about 5 seconds. So those are the three scullers that will progress through to the semi-final, and the remainder are eliminated. Heat 5 is now in progress. In lane 3, we have Oscar Shield-Gambord from Mossman Rowing Club, coached by Alfie Young. In lane 4, Mitchell McGeever from the University of Queensland Boat Club, coached by Randall Martin and Lachlan Johnston. In lane 5, Darcy James from Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT High Performance Programme, coached by Tom Westgarth. In lane 6, David Yudko from Hawthorn Rowing Club in Melbourne, coached by Tristan Kriskevsky and Jamie Forward. In lane 7, Oscar Baregi from UTS Haberfield, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Jack Hargreaves. And in lane 8, Jake Gilmore from Cand, coached by Charlie Betts and Miller Rowe. Good to see Miller stepping up as coach in his father's footsteps. Scott Rowe having moved, of course, to take over the head coach role at Mercantile Rowing Club. Looks like we have Mitchell McGeever in first place at the 500 metre mark, but hey, anyone can lead to 500. Oscar Baregi, our previous Australian under-21 sculler from UTS Haberfield, sitting in second position, and Darcy James currently in third over Oscar Shiel-Gamborg, who represented Australia in the coastal mixed quad at the World Championships last year, and the year before, I believe.
And through the 1,000 metre mark, Lizzie, we have Mitchell McGeever just holding an ever so slight advantage over Oscar Baregi, followed by Darcy James. A little bit further back to Oscar Shiel-Gamborg, then another length back to Jake Gilmore, and David Yudko is now through the 1,000 metre mark. And certainly there, once again, it's going to be a great race for that third place. A reminder that the first three going through to the semi-final, which is race 55 to 57, which is not, we're up to race 30, so it's only in about an hour, a bit over an hour or so. So certainly a bit of work for these scullers to do today, as well as their other crew commitments that they may have. We can see across the field now, once again, still enjoying great conditions out on the course. And the Mitchell McGeever from University of Queensland, just over on the other side. It does look like the other scullers, the Mossman and Canberra scullers, and certainly UTS have come back a little bit, made some ground up, and it is a little bit tighter than it was going through the 1,000 metre mark from where we sit at the moment. We're just looking at the view coming down towards the 500 metres to go, and it is not much in it at all, Lizzie.
No, but I was just thinking, Oscar Baregi, I mentioned under-21s in 2024, but of course last year he was in the World University Games men's quad scull, and he also is in the squad for the World Championships in the coastal mixed quad. So good to see our scullers here mixing it up, doing a bit of coastal rowing as well as, and to what Josie was saying before, you know, really trying to strengthen the depth that we have, as well as trying to get a bit higher pinnacle in our sculling, especially with our men.
Yeah, absolutely, and just the numbers in these fields indicates that they're taking it extremely seriously, and it is a great initiative.
Yeah, it's good to see people coming back to it as well, I think. Takes a long time to grow a good athlete.
Absolutely. And coming down to about 250 metres to go.
Neck and neck.
It is absolutely neck and neck. It does look like Oscar Baregi over here on lane 7 may well have got a little bit of jump over the University and Canberra scullers. And certainly Mossman's Oscar Shiel-Gamborg not too far out of it either, and coming 250 metre to go, and it's certainly going to be close. All the work to be done by Oscar Shiel-Gamborg if he wants to make that final. But in the middle of the field here, Mitchell McGeever, Darcy James and UTS's Oscar Baregi. The race certainly on amongst those three. It's neck and neck coming down towards the line. Mitchell McGeever just looks like he might have backed it off a little bit, but certainly he's going to have to watch out for on his right-hand side as Oscar Shiel-Gamborg is coming home. He's flying home, but may just run out of room. Now responding, McGeever now responding as he comes down to about 50, 60 metres to go. Also, the Darcy James there in the middle of the field. In lane 5. He has just jumped ahead, had a bit of a burst. Oh, hold on. Sorry, the Mitchell McGeever just stopped rowing there for a bit. So maybe just a tad early. May have misjudged that because he stopped rowing altogether and allowed the Mossman sculler to almost get there. But it was Darcy James from Canberra ACT just ahead of Oscar Baregi. It was Mitchell McGeever taking out that third position, followed by Mossman's Oscar Shiel-Gamborg and Jake Gilmore.
So just confirming, first across the line in the 5th heat of the Championship Men's Under-23 Scull was Darcy James from Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT High Performance Programme. Second, Oscar Baregi from UTS Haberfield. Third, Mitchell McGeever from the University of Queensland Boat Club. Those 3 scullers progressed through to the semi-final. Just missing out, Oscar Shield-Gamborg with an amazing finish there, but just missing out by less than, well, about half a second. Then in 5th position, Jake Gilmore from Cairns. 6th, David Yuko from Hawthorn. Provisional time 7 minutes 24.76, the margin 0.73 and 5.29. And the 6th and final heat of the men's under-23 single scull is on the course. Again, the first 3 to progress to the next round. In lane 3, Lachlan Savage from Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Patrick Graham. In lane 4, Matisse Kerr from Mercantile Rowing Club, coached by Scott Rowe. In lane 5, Lachlan Brown from West Australian Rowing Club. In lane 6, Trifon Stamboli from Sydney University Boat Club, coached by Rob Black and Simon Huxley. In lane 7, Pierrick Cartier from Commercial Rowing Club, coached by Jacinta Edmonds. And in lane 8, Max Curry from Hawthorn Rowing Club, coached by Tristan Kristevsky and Jamie Forward.
And through the 1,000 metre mark, it was Lachlan Brown, the WA Rowing Club competitor, holding down a slight advantage over Max Curry from Hawthorn. A little bit of a gap back, couple of lengths back then to the third sculler through that 1,000 metre mark. But certainly these 2 scullers, the Lachlan Brown WA Rowing Club and Hawthorn's Max Curry over in lane 8, look to have a big advantage over the remainder of the field. So it's going to be a fight out, it would appear, between the Mercantiles, Matisse Kerr, and Sydney University's Trifon Stamboli for that 3rd position at the moment from where we stand. But it does look like the Mercantile sculler, Matisse Kerr, may have be holding down a slight advantage over the Sydney University sculler as we come down towards the 1,500 metre mark. And from where we're sitting now, certainly the Hawthorn sculler, Max Curry, has had a very good last 500, and looks like he's going to take a commanding lead across the 1,500 metre mark. And certainly we don't seem to have any timing coming from that hut at the moment. But yeah, so it was Max Curry coming across there, followed by Lachlan Brown. Probably not a lot of competition, not close competition behind him. So it may well have backed it off just a little bit. But it does look to be these 3 at the moment: Max Curry, Lachlan Brown, and Matisse Kerr, holding down those first 3 positions. Trifon Stamboli from Sydney University, just a little bit further back. I don't know if he's probably about 3 lengths down as we come through that 400 metres to go. So maybe a little bit too much work to do to claw back to get into the final. But certainly Max Curry over in lane 8 from Hawthorn Rowing Club has had a great last 500 metres, third 500 metres, and has pulled out to quite a commanding lead over Western Australia Rowing Club's Lachlan Brown, just a little bit further back to Matisse Kerr from Mercantile. And that looks like how they will come across the line, but still a way to go with about 250 metres to go. But certainly untroubled over in lane 8 is Max Curry from Hawthorn.
Just going to do a bit of an announcement while we're seeing these single scullers sprint up to the finish. If you have parked your car around the area near the medical hut, please be aware that trailers are trying to park there. I'll read out your registration numbers in a minute, but if you have parked your car near the medical hut just past the finish line, please go there immediately and move it so that the trailers that are supposed to be parking there can get in. And also Brighton Grammar and Hawthorn Rowing Club, could you please reverse your trailers back off the road as buses cannot get through at the moment.
And it is Max Curry crossing the line to take a very good win in this heat 6 of the Championship Under-23 Single Scull, followed by Lachlan Brown from Western Australia Rowing Club. It will be Matisse Kerr from Mercantile taking out that third place into the semi-final. A little bit further back now to Treffin Stamboli, who was certainly pushed hard, but just couldn't go on with it at the end. A little bit of a few missed strokes over there from the Sydney sculler Lachlan Savage, but seems to have got himself going again. And he will come down to the line just behind the commercial scullers, Pierrick Cartier. And then crossing the line now to close out this race.
The provisional time for Max Curry taking out Heat 6 of the Championship Men's Under-23 Single Scull is 7 minutes 26.54. The margin back to Lachlan Brown of West Australian Rowing Club, 8.48, and a further 2.84 back to Matisse Kerr of Mercantile Rowing Club. Those are the 3 scullers that will now progress through to the semi-final, and the remainder are now eliminated. So on our screens now we have the Championship PR3 Women's Coxless pair of Katrina Reynolds from Toowong and Georgina Browning of the University of New South Wales. They are, I believe, the only competitors, so it'll be a straight final, but it's great to see a PR3 women's pair out there, because I was just looking at some photographs of back in 2019 when we had lots of para rowers. We had a big squad, and of course we were building, and then in 2020 COVID hit, and it's really decimated the strength of our para program. It's on the rise again now, as we saw from Jed and Nikki winning a gold medal at the Paris Paralympics, and some outstanding performances. Bronze medal in the PR3 double last year from Lisa Greisel and Sam Stannard, and a really great squad being created over in Canberra in the newly centralised programme, with some people coming in for camps as well. However, we still, from the women's sweep point of view, are a bit light on. So great to see these 2 girls having a go. They don't row at the same club, so they've come together specifically to do this. But both of them really notable in the way that they're turning up to regattas all the time, and hey, you only get experience by getting out there and doing it, don't you? So if you're a para female, PR3, we'd really encourage you to get involved. Have a word with the coaches at Toowong, Uni of New South Wales, get in contact with Rowing Australia or Rowing New South Wales or your local state association, and let's get you connected so you can have a go. I've certainly got strength and depth in the single scull field. It's just the
tomorrow
pairs, the sweep.
The heats in the PR3 single and doubles tomorrow is just sensational, and
really
the double is really shaping up to be quite an event.
Yes.
And we've got some of those coming back with Lisa Greisel coming back from the World Championships, and certainly teaming up with her old sculling partner, whose name just escapes me, but certainly some quality in that field, and it is great to see this sweep happening. And I'm aware also that there's another run of assessing at the moment for the PR3 athletes, just to getting them to get their accreditation, and also there's a job going at the training centre for a para coach. It's all popped up on
fantastic
on the airways this morning. So certainly all happening in para at the moment.
Sure it is. Now I did mention that we needed some vehicles to be moved, so please, if you could listen up if you've got a vehicle parked in the grounds, and also if you are driving the towing vehicle for your club. Brighton Grammar School and Hawthorn Rowing Club. Brighton Grammar and Hawthorn Rowing Club. If you could please find whoever it is that's driving your towing vehicle, or head on over to your trailer. You really need to push your trailer back off the road, because we can't get bus loads of people through at the moment. Buses can't get through. So Brighton Grammar, Hawthorn Rowing Club, please could you head on over to your trailer and push your trailer back off the road and your vehicle. And then in terms of cars that need to be moved, these are cars that are over on what we call the Western Flat, which is where trailers are supposed to be being parked. And unfortunately, I suspect, given by the number of P plates, these are people who don't realise, but behind the medical hut is not a parking space. You need to probably now go back over the Southern Bank. The cars that need to be moved are a white Hyundai Getz, registration number DNT83H. A silver Toyota RAV4 with a red P plate, EWE02X. A white Toyota Yaris, Rego EBZ Z62, and a white Polo, a VW Polo with green P plates, FTZ38L. So if you are the owner of a white Hyundai Getz, a silver Toyota RAV4 with red P plates, a white Toyota Yaris, or a white VW Polo with green P plates over on the Western Flat, please would you get back to your cars as soon as possible and move them to the car park, as we need to park trailers there. Thank you.
As this para women's Coxed pair comes down towards the line, Katrina Reynolds in the bow and Georgina Browning from University of New South Wales in the stroke seat. And certainly pushing all the way to the line. They would not have spent any time in a boat, I can imagine. So this is a great effort from the two of them, coached by Justin Quigley, coming down to the line the last couple of strokes and just crossing the line now, and a great row by the para women's Coxed pair.
Well, thank you, Lizzie, and thank you, Rob, and great to have our first finals and our first state champions crowned here at the 2026 New South Wales Rowing Championships. Chris McCarthy and Ant DeCosmo back in the box for the next hour or so, and the women's under-19 pair coming at us thick and fast. We were due to have some heats this morning, but one scratching has meant a consolidation and a straight final for the women's under-19 pair. Lane 1, canned rowing clubs, Lily Nolan and Zara Hilton. Lane 2, Marucci, Jamelia Milu-Hines and Olivia McBride. And I think a few of these scullers, athletes we've already seen in the singles earlier this morning. Fremantle in Lane 3, Ocean Generat and Olivia Hansen-Nahoy. Kelly Clifton and Allegra Taubenschlag from Pymble Ladies College in Lane 4. Sydney University's Miranda Warswick and Evelyn Stigter in Lane 5. Matilda Baxby and Sophia Preston from University of Queensland in Lane 6. Surfers Paradise in Lane 7, Jackson Phil and Maddie McLaughlin. And the West Australians in Lane 8, West Australian Rowing Clubs, Stella Wandell and Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy from Fremantle going up against her sister in Lane 8 there. And in University of Queensland, Saskia Josipovic and Genevieve Davies in lane number 9. And through the 1,500 metres they are. And it is that West Australian composite who are leading, I believe, in the crew in lane 8. So second from the grandstand side of the course, leading from the crew 2 over to their right. University of Queensland there, Matilda Baxby and Sophia Preston. And then third looks to be over on the far side of the course there from Fremantle. So a few medals looking to go over west here in the under-19 pair, Ant.
Yeah, and it's good to see again a nice spread of different states here. I'm just looking at the steering over here in lane 7 or 8, I think it is. They're having a bit of steering difficulty. A couple of boys that they're just trying to get off there. Yeah,
that's our leading crew there, the West Australian composites, and the Queenslanders 2 lanes over, also having a little bit of steering and just getting on the straight and narrow now. But the Fremantle crew Ocean Generat and Olivia Hansen-Nahoy not struggling so much with their steering, and that might have, or they are on the boys as well. There is steering going all over the place here in the under-19 pairs, but we've got 3 crews in contention for the state title here. The West Australian and Fremantle composite nearest to us, the University of Queensland in the centre of the course, and Fremantle coming home with a wet sail. They're about to cross into the red boys, the last 100 metres here. The women's under-19 Coxless Pair Championship of New South Wales. Fremantle starting to stray out of their lane, so some steering for all 3 of our top 3 crews here, and that could decide the race. It is still the WA Rowing Club and Fremantle composite on the near side of the course. Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy and Stella Wandell, who are leading, but only narrowly over their fellow statesmen from Fremantle on the far side, who are coming home right in the shadow of the post, but it's not going to be enough. The West Australian composite just over the all Fremantle crew, and the University of Queensland for the bronze medal. The girls from Cairns, Lily Nolan and Zara Hilton, just off the podium in 4th place. And then the second University of Queensland crew, Josipovic and Davies in 5th place. And then we'll have the crew in lane 7 from Surfers Paradise, Phil and McLaughlin, over Sydney Uni's Warswick and Stigter, and then Pymble Ladies College's Kelly Clifton and Allegra Taubenschlag. It's pretty good for them to be hanging with this high-quality field. They're out of the second 8, so I think the Year 11 girls from Pymble Ladies.
Nice and young. Yeah, no, the people underestimate definitely how steering can impact the results of a race, so...
And we'll
Ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the presentation of medals for our first final today. The presentation of medals for the Women's PR3 Championship Coxless Pair. Representing Toowong, Katrina Reynolds, and representing the University of New South Wales, Georgina Browning. The crew was coached by Justin Quigley. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medal winners, our champions, in the Women's PR3 Coxless Pair.
Thank you, Lizzie. And back down to the course for our third final of the day, third final of the championships, the men's under-19 Coxless Pair. And take us through it.
In lane 3, we have Swan River, Banjo Morris Luck and Jeremy Flavel. In lane 4, we have St Augustine's, Lachlan Schofield and Hamish Wise. Lane 5, Kinross Walleroy, Hamish Surley and Toby Buckland. In lane 6, we have Sydney University, Harrison Howard and Jack Lamson. And then in lane 7, we have Brighton Grammar from Victoria, Will Church and Hamish Hanley. A special shout out to Thomas Creeper, who was my coach back in the day, before leaving us for the boys.
But it is here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm still not salty about that, Mr. Creeper.
But, so a wide spread here of West Australians, of Sydney-siders, of clubs, of universities, of schools. But it is the boys from the central west of New South Wales who are looking good here. Kinross Walleroy's Hamish Searle and Toby Buckland, who had a hit out at the Small Boats Regatta a couple of weeks ago. I think that might have been their first ever race in the pair, and showing some good improvement here today ahead of no doubt a jam-packed racing schedule. They were leading at the 1500 and starting to come under a little bit of pressure from Swan Rivers, Banjo Morris Luck and Jeremy Flavel on the far side of the course. The West Australians making the trip worth it. Brighton Grammar currently sitting in third place, and a little bit of steering going on there. It is very difficult for a lot of these schoolboys coming out of a Coxed 8 to transition into the Coxless pair. Undoubtedly the hardest boat to keep on the straight and narrow, but looks like they've Managed to move away from the boys there, and a little bit of steering from the Sydney Uni crew back in fourth. It is tight at the head of the field here. Swan River Rowing Club from Western Australia throwing everything at it here over the boys from Kinross, Wallaroi. Hamish Searle and Toby Buckland, coached by Andrew Gannon, who is very experienced, both schoolboy and schoolgirl coach. Both major heads of the rivers over the last decade. But they are going stroke for stroke with Swan River. It has been Kinross the whole way down the course. It is still Kinross, but Swan River are coming at them strong in the closing strokes of this race. Kinross have found another gear here. Kinross Wallaroi, state champions in the under-19 pair. Swan River for the silver medal, and Brighton Grammar will secure themselves a bronze, clear of the rest of the field. Sydney University's Harrison Howard and Jack Lamson, coached by Rob Black, and Simon Huxley just off the rostrum in fourth place. And then St Augustine's Lachlan Schofield and Hamish Wise in fifth place. What a great contest for the gold medal there between Kinross and Swan River. Two crews that would have never faced each other. And from other ends of the country, you'll see the replay here, just how close it was. Just under a pretty much bang on a canvas there. And no doubt the first of many gold medals to come for Kinross Wallaroi, the program that often sees so much success here in Sydney. Driving down over the ranges from the central west of New South Wales. And the winning time there, 7:19.55. A great hit out in the pair for those boys. Hamish Searle was bronze medalist in the under-17 single at Nationals last year. Toby Buckland's part of the quad that went over to the Henley Royal Regatta for Kinross.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Championship Women's Under-19 pair. In third place and bronze medalists, the University of Queensland Boat Club. Matilda Baxby. Sophia Preston. The crew was coached by John Pettigrew. In second place and silver medalists, Fremantle Rowing Club. Oceane Generat. Olivia Hansen-Nahoy. The crew was coached by David Van Das. And our gold medalists and New South Wales champions for 2026, the composite of West Australian Rowing Club and Fremantle Rowing Club. Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy from Fremantle and Stella Wandel from West Australian Rowing Club. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Women's Under-19 Championship pair.
Thank you, Lizzie. Back to some heats. We'll have one more final later on today, but mostly heats and semi-finals. The remainder of the Friday program, but don't go anywhere because we are sure to see some fireworks in this one. Championship Men's Elite Single Scull, always a hotly contested event. And this year with no National Training Centre athletes up here at the State Championships, we're seeing a pretty wide and varied field, but a very difficult event to predict. But Heat 1, almost through the 1,500 metre mark now, Ant.
Yes, and I can see there that in lane 7 is Nick Ziggler from Banks Rowing Club, which of course, as everybody knows, is my home rowing club, so a special shout out to Nick. Yes, he did go to World University Games. He's been the rep there twice. and he has been a very strong competitor in the Penrith Cup for the last couple of years. So very good to see Nick out there in his preferred boat of the single scull.
Plenty of lightweights having good showings in the open sort of category single sculls over the last couple of years. The podium in this event at the National Championships last year was all former lightweight athletes, which was the phrase former lightweight gets bandied around a lot. It's one of our co-commentators likes to point out that everyone on this planet was once a former lightweight, but one man who was not a former lightweight, Cormac Kennedy Leverett, who is leading this first heat, the Queenslander rowing for Sydney Rowing Club out of the ACT. In lane number 8, who is leading very comfortably indeed over Hamish Danks from Sydney University Boat Club in lane 9. Top 4 in this heat through to the final at the moment. And it's Cormac, Hamish Danks from Sydney Uni, Ben Clayton from West Australia, and Hamish Harding from the Australian National University Boat Club, another former lightweight, and currently only about 3/4 of a length up at the 1500 was he over Nick Ziegler from Banks. Looks to maybe just have his measure at this stage of the race. I wouldn't write off Sculler on the far side of the course there.
Then you've got Jordan Roberts from Mercantile in 6th, who is another Penrith Cup representative, another lightweight. And Joshua Lassick from Adelaide, Nicholas Brown from Drummoyne.
Nicholas Brown from Drummoyne, a Masters competitor who we're very familiar with in this commentary box, as his daughter rows at Ascombe. And but as we in the final strokes, it is Cormac Kennedy Leverett. No need for the almighty sprint that he put on at the Small Boats Regatta a couple of weeks ago, but certainly just really taking it down over the line here for still a very competitive time, 7:12 on our timing screen. Hamish Danks from Sydney Uni, 2nd. UWABC, Ben Clayton from West Australia there in 3rd, and it is Hamish Harding from the Australian National University, just cruising over the line in 4th. Those 4 to progress through to the final. Nick Ziegler from Banks just missing out there, but I know we'll be seeing him in the Club 4 on or the Elite 4 tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely.
Exciting test run for that combination. Jordan Roberts from Mercantile in 6th. Adelaide Rowing Club's Joshua Lascock in 7th place, and Nick Brown from Drummoyne in the centre of the course. Getting a good hit out over 2,000 metres. We'll be more used to rowing over 1,000 metres in the Masters events. And we will hopefully have our next medal presentation shortly.
I can see Thomas Krieber with a giant smile on his face down there as he congratulates his boys from Brighton, who've managed to get up on the podium.
Always, I think, a tough prospect getting the boys out of the 8 into the pair, but making the trip up here more than worth it. But missing the boys from Kinross for that presentation, so we'll just wait on for that for a couple of moments as Heat 2 of the men's single crosses through the 1,000-metre mark. Mossman Rowing Club in lane 1, Daniel Johnston. Sydney Rowing Club and the ACT High Performance Program, Alex Wolfe. In lane 2, Tom Anderson from Sydney Uni in lane 3, Pasha Bevan from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4, Dom Frederico from Mercantile in lane 5, Sam Green from UTS in lane 6, Tom Coates from Cand in lane 7, James Meads from Banks in lane 8. Lane 9, Adelaide Uni has scratches. Tom Anderson from Sydney University Boat Club leading fairly comfortably over quite a competitive field here. He'll be happy with that at the 1,000-metre mark. Will the old boy of the Shore School, Alexander Wolfe from Sydney, the Victorian rowing for Sydney out of the ACT, so there's something in that with both him and Cormac. But Mercantile's Dom Frederico getting a cheer from Ant next to me, sitting up in 3rd place. James Meads from Banks, plenty of Victorian representatives.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-19 men's pair. third, and bronze medalists, Brighton Grammar School, Will Church and Hamish Hanley. The crew was coached by Tom Krieber. Second and silver medalists, Swan River Rowing Club, Banjo Morris Luck and Jeremy Flavel. The crew was coached by Neville Kempton and Mark Beer. And our gold medalists and champions representing Kinross Walleroy School were Hamish Searle and Toby Buckland, coached by Andrew Gannon, and they'll collect their medals later.
Back down to the course. Things are hotting up here in this second heat of the men's elite single scull. I think we missed UTS's Sam Green on the timing earlier, but he has come through to be a contender for the win here in this heat, as looks like to be doing battle with Dom Federico in the centre of the course there, and a little bit further over on the far side of the course, Alex Wolf back there in third or fourth place at the moment, and Tom Anderson having his lead under threat, and in fact is probably in the race for third at the moment. So top four will qualify to the final. It looks like that top four, Dom Federico, Sam Green, Alex Wolf and Tom Anderson. The order in which that top four will cross is certainly yet to be decided. Saw Sam Green take a statement victory in the elite single at Small Boats Regatta. Almost had it snatched at the last minute, but held off a great charge from Cormac Kennedy Leverett. And so he'll know that he has a little bit in reserve if he wants to have a sprint here and hold off Alex Wolf on the far side of the course. At the moment, Tom Federico, who went and spent the Northern Hemisphere summer at Leander Club last year and made it through to the semi-finals, I believe, the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup, and that experience paying dividends now as he takes a win here in the second heat. Men's elite single scull. Sam Green from UTS in second. Alex Wolf from Sydney Rowing Club in third. Tom Anderson from Sydney University in fourth. Pasha Bevan from Sydney Rowing Club in fifth place. And then back to our bank sculler.
Good old James Meads there. He's actually, he did very well in the Masters race as well as the Open, so he's now qualifying for both. So it's great to see him, you know, continuously competing and always showing up. He's great there.
Yeah, but of course. We often think that the Masters racing is maybe, we don't realise that you can start at 27.
Oh,
and,
exactly.
Which means I am eligible, but I won't be. But so
I
you can do
can't
both.
wait.
And A-grade Masters is so competitive.
It is incredibly competitive.
Yeah.
I had a look because I'm coming up to Masters age now, which is displaying my age a little bit. And I remember looking at the times and I went, gee whiz, maybe I'll hold off a few years.
And going off those handicaps when you're A-grade as well can be brutal.
Oh, yeah.
But moving on to, we've got two heats of the Championship Women's Elite Single Scull coming up, and Heat 1 just approaching the 1,000-metre mark, Ant.
Yes, in lane 1 from ANU you have Alora Kelly. In lane 2 from Tassie you have Kate Oliver. In lane 3 from UTS you have Sarah Fard. In lane 4 from Sydney is Grace Cipher, a former lightweight. Lane 5 from ANU is Brianna Murray. Lane 6 is from Lower Clarence is Candice Jayo. Lane 7 from Cand is Rose Bidolp. Lane 8 from Yarra Yarra is Abigail Schlitt, and we saw her sister race earlier on the day. In lane 9 from Melbourne University is Romy Cantwell.
Romy Cantwell, who rode the single for Australia at the World Championships last year, was originally the under-23 sculler, and then after the under-23 World Champs, got the call up to the Senior A team and performed pretty well in the B final, I believe.
Yes, B final at Nash.
Which is, I think, pretty for a very young athlete on what is, I think, the most competitive event in international rowing at the moment. The women's single was a great senior team debut for Romy Cantwell, and at the moment 6.5 seconds at the 1,000-metre mark was Romy's lead over Grace Cipher from Sydney Rowing Club, the former Queenslander and former lightweight under-23 world champion from a couple of years ago, sitting in second there and holding off UTS's Sarah Fard. Rose Biddulph from Cand Rowing Club, to make it 3 different states in the top 4. And Queenslander sitting in 4th place. The Tasmanian Kate Oliver from Tasmania University Boat Club in 5th. in a bit of a scrap with Elora Kelly from ANU. So if that tight battle might encroach on our top 4, as we see coming down the course. But at the moment, Romy Cantwell looking very, very comfortable out in front. If you're in the grandstand having a look at the big screen, it probably doesn't look that big at the moment, but as we pan across, you'll see that that is a sizable advantage for the Melbourne University Boat Club sculler.
Very much in control of that race as she comes into the last 500. But hasn't stepped off the gas by the looks of it. Is maintaining her speed quite well.
No, absolutely not. So taking the opportunity to get a good hit out here, have a solid almost 24 hours of recovery before the final. No semis in this event. Grace Cypher almost 10 seconds back at the 1500 and opening up a handy margin over Sarah Fard from UTS, who's been a part of the under-23 team in recent years. And Rose Biddle from Cairns still sitting in 4th, but Kate Oliver from Tasmanian University Boat Club just starting to encroach on that 4th place. So top 4 through to the final, so that's the key one to watch out for, as about 300 metres or so left to row here in this heat.
There is a bush at the 300 metre mark, and part of my old race plan was, someone would yell bush when there was the last 300 metres, so they're very much in that last 300 metre zone there.
Yeah, that's good. I haven't heard that before.
No, sneaky little...
All the metre signs, not enough for you?
No, absolutely not. The stroke coach, you can have all the technology in the world, and I still want to use a bush.
Yep, fair enough. Whatever works. But I don't think there'll be too many sprints coming from our leading pair. They're not coming off the gas just yet. Romy Cantwell still up at 30 strokes a minute, so maybe just below maximum, really. 31. So not fully coming off the gas.
No.
And Grace Cypher as well, keeping the rate right up at 31 strokes a minute as well. Sarah Fard looking fairly comfortable in 3rd place there. The Cairns sculler will have to look out for the sculler from Tasmania over to her right. Still leading at this stage for that last qualification spot. There's Romy Cantwell from the Melbourne University Boat Club in lane 9. Crosses the line just now. 8 minutes on the dot. The unofficial time there. Fairly comfortable time for this stage of competition. Grace Cypher in 2nd books her spot in the A final. UTS's Sarah Fard for 3rd, and our last qualifier to the A final will be Queenslander Rose Biddle from Cairns, who holds off Kate Oliver from Tasmanian University Boat Club.
Can see Abby there having a look as she comes up the line.
Big push in the
Yeah.
last few strokes there. Almost caught Brianna Murray from ANU napping there, but will be the Canberran just over Abigail Schlicht. And heat 2 is coming at us now, just almost at the 1,000 metre mark, Ant.
In lane 2 from Sydney University, we have Sophia Whiteman. In lane 3 from Melbourne University, we have Bridget Harwood. In lane 4 from Melbourne University, we have Sarah Diuray. In lane 5 from ANU, we have Anika Reardon. In lane 6 from Mossman, we have Tara Rigney. In lane 7 from ANU, we have Jacinta Essam. In lane 8 from WA, we have Imogen Hubbard. And in lane 9 from UTS, we have Sarah Teasdale.
And kind of scratching, lane 6, Tara Rigney from Mossman, not present here, which would have been our gold medal favourite for this race. So unfortunate not to see Tara out there on the course, the reigning champion in the Nell Slatter Trophy for the Interstate Single. Last Interstate Day on the Sunday of Nationals last year. Came off an international holiday and came out and won the single, and then an hour later backed up and won the Queen's Cup.
Wouldn't it be nice?
Wouldn't it be nice?
Unfortunately, that's not an ability I possess.
Oh, these talented people, am I right?
Yep, exactly.
So that's allowed Sarah Tisdale from UTS.
It's good to see Sarah there in second from Melbourne, obviously, and third, Anika and Jimin went to the Worlds, the last chance regatta, as the lightweight double or potential lightweight double for the Paris Olympics. So it's really good to see her coming back out and racing the open weight sculls.
Had a first hit out since that regatta at the Small Boats Regatta a couple of months ago.
Yep.
I know the ACT are very keen to boat every interstate boat this year, 30 years since the territory was formalised, and to celebrate, they're very keen to get every interstate boat out. So I'm not sure what Annex plans are in terms of that, but I'm sure Stuart will be able to fill us in on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Anika would qualify for that state change because she's initially from Tasmania, I believe.
Yes.
So would be having a look to see if she's, passes that rule.
Well, we can talk about state changes now until Stuart gets here because it makes him very upset that all the Canberra athletes end up rowing for New South Wales. But that is
Stuart to crash out in the distance somewhere.
I know. It's tough being a Queenslander living in the ACT. New South Wales just takes all the athletes from both of those states. But my thoughts on that shall remain reserved for now. But Sarah Tisdall from UTS still leading this heat as they approach the 1,500 metre mark. And Melbourne University sculler running second.
Sarah, I was talking to her just before a race, so she was nervously prepping, walking around, that awkward 10 or 20 minutes before you have to put your hands on your boat.
When you're ready, but it's not early enough.
Yeah.
Being early is, it can be frustrating, can't it?
Yeah, that dead weight, that dead time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I always find myself yapping to someone and I end up being late.
Again, wouldn't it be nice? These people who can be organised and early for things.
It's just amazing. Anyway.
Sophia Whiteman running third at the moment. The Sydney University sculler is World Championship bronze medalist from the Coastal in the mixed quad at the Beach Sprints Regatta last year. And to make her mark on the flat water scene as well, keeping all options open, is the former Queenslander. From Sydney University, as we're talking about state changes and everything.
We're back on it.
We're back on it. It just keeps popping up, doesn't it? But right. Leading at the moment over Anika Reardon from ANU, and those top four fairly comfortable in their qualifying positions. Won't have to spend too much more energy in the last 200 metres or so of this race.
I'm always looking at the times of this going, this must be nice, but we saw the under-19 male single sculls before and some of the times that they were posting this morning, and they were incredibly quick. Yeah,
and even in a race where they're definitely not pushing to the maximum in this, we saw Romy Cantwell clock a nice, neat and tidy 8 minutes, which is certainly not slow for this category at this stage of racing.
Absolutely not. I'm starting to see a lot of Sykes boats come back into the mix in the sculls, rear wing Sykes boats. So it's nice to see that the Australian-made boat is coming back onto the course as the boat of preference almost.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're still supplying the small boats to the national team. That does look to be a National Training Centre boat that Sarah Tisdall is in. 8:02 as she crosses the line. Sarah Ray from Melbourne University in second, 3.25 seconds behind there. Close for fourth place. It is Sophia Whiteman, just over Anika Reardon. I wouldn't take too much stock out of any of those margins, as I think all of those athletes knew that they were fairly comfortable through to the final. But it should be an interesting final there with some pretty similar times across the two heats. Imogen Hubbard, Lane 8 there from the West Australian Rowing Club will miss out on the final, as will Bridget Harwood from Melbourne University and ANU's Jacinta Essam.
It's good to see Bridget Harwood back up here. She's coming back from a back injury, so it's very nice to see her back out and competing on the water.
We've got some very excited commentators for the next race, because as myself as a very former lightweight and Ant as a current lightweight, calling the under-21 lightweight women's single scull. First of 2 heats in this event. Top 4 through, only 5 scullers on the course, so only one to miss out out of this heat, and only one to miss out of the next heat. So pretty high stakes here in the under-21 lighty single. Ant, take us through it.
In lane 3 from Melbourne University, we have Emily Anthony. Lane 4 from UTS, we have Annabelle McKenzie. In lane 5 from Centenary, we have Scarlett Hall. In lane 6 from Cairns is Millie Campbell. And in lane 7 from the Cathedral School is Georgia Gordon. Emily Anthony there, a very recognisable name, of course, the daughter of Fiona Milne and Peter Anthony, who was one of the big backers of the lightweight 8.
So I think we got a little bit too excited there.
Yeah, I got ahead of that, so I didn't even watch the screen.
We weren't even watching the screen. We weren't even watching what was coming down. We've had a few races consolidated. It is only early in the regatta. Let us keep warming up. So a couple of scratchings has meant that the under-21 women's lightweight single, I'm sure all those girls that we've just been talking about had a good chuckle listening to us at home, talking about them when they are not on the water. So a couple of scratchings or withdrawals have meant that the next 2 events, 21 lighty single and the men's elite pair, both been consolidated to straight finals tomorrow morning. So we are due for a little break.
The L plates are still on. Not quite graduated to the P plates.
We're getting there. We're getting there. But we'll have the men's under-21 lightweight single in about 10 minutes' time. So although we don't have a formal lunch break today, take this next 12 minutes as your chance to have a bit of a break, stretch the legs, get something to eat from the kiosk. Go see Vince up at the cafe. As we just maybe let you know about a couple of our sponsors. Web Urban is the official IT support partner of Rowing New South Wales. Together we are delivering digital transformation for Rowing New South Wales, keeping our sport innovative and future focused. Head to weburban.com for details. Rowing New South Wales is proud to partner with Gotcha for Life as part of the annual 24-hour row, a powerful challenge where teams row for 24 hours straight to raise funds for Gotcha for Life and build a mentally fit future where no one worries alone. Last year, almost $500,000 was raised, allowing almost 10,000 people to attend mental fitness workshops, such an important cause. This year's 24-hour row is on the 12th to 13th of September. Head to 24-hour row, it's 24hourrow.com.au for details.
I don't know if I can do this as well as you in the same beautiful car salesman voice, but we've also got Zeke. Rowing New South Wales recently welcomed global performance water sports brand Zeke on board as a supporting partner for the 2026 Sprint Eliminator as part of the brand's expanding involvement across competitive rowing. Together, we're delivering experiences on and off the water that engage athletes and captivate audiences. Then we have Race Clocker. Race Clocker is the official timing partner for all non-circ regattas held on harbours and rivers within New South Wales, including the New South Wales Institute of Sport time trials. Race Clocker is a do-it-yourself tool for manual timing of sports races, offering an easy and fast alternative to chip timing or stopwatches with live results streaming. That's very exciting as a viewer.
I've actually used Race Clocker as a part of a program that I used to coach at, and it is a fantastic tool. Really good for selections, really good for any informal racing that you're conducting within your program. So check them out, raceclocker.com.
I love a bit of a first-hand experience and customer reviews. Then we have Billigence, global data and analytics consultancy. Billigence is the official digital youth insights partner of Rowing New South Wales. Together, we're using data to grow participation and enrich the rowing experience for students, coaches and families across the state. Will any of this year's state champions be fast enough to make the next digital youth insights leaderboard?
Yeah, so if you haven't seen it already, head over to the Rowing New South Wales Instagram page or Facebook, TikTok, anywhere, and you'll see the Digital Youth Insights leaderboard. It's the fastest times from across the season thus far at Cirque. We've had some reasonably fast times in some of the big boats, but I reckon some of the smaller boats are ripe for the taking here this weekend. We're not
Yeah, just looking at some of these results here in the schoolgirl sculls, some of these times, there's an 8:06 is the fastest, would have placed or probably qualified in some of these open races.
Well, Paddy Boland, who set that time at small boats, actually set that time by winning the under-21 single scull. Despite the fact she's still in year 12, and certainly looking very good for a spot in the Youth 8 this year. So, in fact, I think Elise Coates' time was in the same race, just behind her. But the big one, I think, the schoolgirl 8, 6:36.47 from Pimble last or 2 weekends ago. Dead flat conditions, circ record.
Oh, wow.
Certainly a crew that has stepped on very, very well from last year, and very keen to see them race, not only in the schoolgirl race, but against all the under-21 8s tomorrow afternoon.
I'll be very keen to see this.
We're going to leave you for a short break, about 8 minutes or so until we get underway with the next race. I can see them just coming under the bridge now, and that'll be the men's under-21 single scull in just a moment's time.
On the deck. The deck.
Well, welcome back after our short little break. Moving on to the heats of the Championship Men's Elite, or not Elite rather, the Championship Men's Lightweight, Championship Men's Under 21 Lightweight Single Scull. We're only a few hours in and I'm already tripping over my words. But we've got Hawthorn over in lane 2, Adam Chang, West Australian Rowing Club, Jacob Lundberg in lane 3, Mossman Rowing Club's Jack Meek in lane 4, Essendon's Tyler Fitzpatrick in lane 5, Commercial in lane 6 and 7, Cyrus Hoffman in 6, Alex Cook in lane 7. Commercial Rowing Club program going from strength to strength and seeing great depth, and we're just talking about people coming from non-rowing schools, and there's quite a lot of that at Commercial, a lot of recruitment and talent ID and those sorts of things, and that program doing great things. Very excited to see how they go with I think they're in both the under 17 and the schoolgirl 8 tomorrow. At least they're definitely in the schoolgirl 8. Last year they had about 3 under 17 8s at this regatta last year. So
speaking of 8s, I'm just seeing Essendon Tyler there. He'll be, I believe, going in that Victorian lightweight 8, men's lightweight 8 that is boating on Sunday, I think. So he's a breakout name for this year and one to watch. And obviously Essendon not being the home club of Alyssa Mirabelli, who we were just talking about before, who obviously dominated a lot of these races last season, and she's just taking a break before coming back. But anyway, that's a tangent that isn't relevant to this race.
But that Elite Lightweight 8 race, I know you've obviously had a lot to do with Lightweight 8s rowing, Ant, but the Victorian versus the New South Wales 8's always hotly contested one. I don't think the New South Wales 8's won it in a couple of years, but it's gone through a few different forms over the years, and it'll be, as always, another very interesting one to watch, running alongside the Elite 8 as well, which will be another very interesting one to watch. If you want a preview of some of those races, jrn.news is where you need to head to, where you can see some preview articles written by our fantastic team at JRN about all the big races for this weekend. But the race that's on the course in front of us, so top 4 go through to the final. We've only got 7 on the course after Black Mountain's Joshua Millis withdrew. So only 3 will miss out, and as is expected of lightweight rowing, they're pretty tight across the course as they about 750 metres rowed now. We're just crossing through that 750 metre mark. At the 500, it was Tyler Fitzpatrick from Essendon, you mentioned, who was leading over Jack Meek from Mossman and Jacob Lundberg from West Australian Rowing Club. Commercials, Alex Cook in 4th, Adam Chang from Hawthorn, and Cyrus Hoffman from Commercial. So just 6 boats, not 7 because I can't count, so just the 6 boats on the course. Now, top 4 looking to be those ones on the far side of the course at the moment.
Nice and close racing there. The margins, I love the lightweight boats because the margins are always a lot closer, and you never, anything can change. You get into the 1K, has someone died, has someone fallen off the back, or has someone made a massive charge. So I like seeing these nice close. I mean, as a rower, you don't like being that close necessarily to other people, but
it's good for the commentary box.
Exactly, as a spectator, it's really good to watch.
Yeah. So if you're new to rowing outside of school, if you're a school parent or competitor or anyone here that's seeing sort of lightweight, coming across lightweight rowing, 72.5 kilos, all of these gentlemen would have had to weigh in no less than an hour before the start of their race, no more than 2 hours before the start of their race. No, we won't mention average weights or anything, but 72.5 kilos for the lightweight single scull. So given that they're all about the same weight, not too many people are significantly under at this point in the season, generally we get some pretty close racing. You take the sort of variable power out of it. It really comes down to technique and
how
grit.
you row. And mental strength, it's a big one.
Yep, so tough racing in the lightweight. It's always fantastic to watch. Unfortunately, lightweight rowing's not going in the direction that we would like with its removal from the Olympic Games and from a few other international regattas. But
I would dare say we've had domestically a resurgence and an increase in entries since its removal from the Olympics.
Partly thanks to you, Ant, getting the women's elite or the open lightweight 8 added to the national championships program last year.
That was very, very good to see all the girls having a lot of, because most of us came out of, so you come out of sweeping schools and then you sort of get pigeonholed into sculling when you leave. So for like myself, I came from Genazzano and we're very much a sweep school when I was there. So having that ability to participate is good, but
Yeah, I definitely felt it as well as a lightweight leave school. You know, rode sweep at school, and then I went to a club that didn't have too many other lightweights around, unfortunately, so I ended up in the single all of the time. You know, wouldn't really row a pair with the heavyweight guys. Sometimes I'd get to go and sit in the bow of the 2-seat of an 8, and that'd be fantastic. But that's why we see a lot of these, 7-club, 4-state composite lightweight 8s together, because we are few and far between those weight-challenged athletes. But coming through the 1,500 metre mark, it's tight, but there's probably a bit more to say than just the margins. Jacob Lundberg from the West Australian Rowing Club. I don't know if that was actually... I think that was Tyler Fitzpatrick from Essendon who was actually in front there.
They're bow to bow, it seems to be.
And then Jacob Lundberg from West Australian Rowing Club just behind. Tyler Fitzpatrick had the rate right down, though. He is controlling the race. And the West Australian really going for it here. Top 4 through. And those top 2 fairly well distinct from the rest of the field. But a chase on for our remaining 2 qualifying spots. Adam Chang from Hawthorn back in 3rd. And Alex Cook from Commercial in 4th. And then a little bit of a margin to Jack Meek from Mossman, but we often see in the lightweights a good sprint finish. I think Tyler Fitzpatrick's just doing some early square drills, actually. He's really cruising in the late stages of this race.
Oh, we'll see when we get back and, who mounts that sprint, because it really is. The things change. They change really quickly in these races.
They do change quickly. And
although, I hope Tyler gets up. Come on, Essendon.
You can see the West Australian sculler. He hasn't taken it down, and he's going to, barring disaster, secure himself a race win. Hawthorn's Adam Chang on the far side, actually starting to encroach on that 2nd place. So the Essendon sculler will probably need to just get a little bit of a wriggle on.
Yeah, he's...
Commercials, Alex Cook as well, starting to go with them. His clubmate, Cyrus Hoffman, putting the pressure on, but a little bit too far back, I think, to make his way to the final. Top 4 progressing here. And it is going to be the West Australian, who hasn't quite let off the pace in the way that the Victorian has.
Well, it's good to see that, I think, Barwon there in the fast... not Barwon, sorry, Hawthorn. Very similar. Zudi's pushing up. Oh, just to Essendon. But
I think there's a few more gears left for Tyler Fitzpatrick.
Yeah.
Doing some party tricks, the square blades over the finish line. Just showing off at that point.
Oh,
but good things for the reigning champions in the Penrith Cup. Some strong lightweight talent coming through out of Victoria.
Mm-hmm. A few returning athletes, returning names. Very competitive field, I think, this year.
It's a great race last year as well. Come from behind win for Victoria.
That was insane.
I spoke to, I think it was Jordan that I spoke to after the race, and he didn't think that they were anywhere near in contention. He thought that was it. They were done. But that was a fantastic win for the Big White V on their way to reclaiming, what's it called now? It's changed names. The John Coates Cup for the interstate.
Oh.
The interstate point score left New South Wales hands for the first time in a long time last year.
Just pry it out. Thank you. I'm hoping we don't have to return that this year.
We'll see.
A bit tense in the commentary box tomorrow. Moving to Heat 2 of the under-21 lightweight singles. In lane 3, you have Glebe Rowing Club, which is Maxwell Scales. Lane 4 from Leichhardt is Massimo Fitzsimon. Nice Italian name there. Lane 5 from Mossman is Julian Lemaitre. In lane 6 from Commercial is William Danglish. In lane 7 from Black Mountain is Oliver Manning. And in lane 8 from Canberra is Garvin Hayes. Yeah,
so probably one of the few races we've seen recently with a majority of New South Wales. Well, it's actually not majority, half New South Wales at least.
And a few Canberrans there.
We don't need to adopt Canberra. They wouldn't like that. But I hope Stuart's not listening. But
I'm half, with all the baiting we're doing, I'm half expecting him to knock on the door.
He'll send me a message if there's a drama. Stuart, if you're listening, go back to work. But back to the racings. We digress a little bit here. Our apologies. But Julian Lamatre from Mossman leading Maxwell Scales from Glebe. 4 seconds was the margin at the 1,000 metre mark, and stretching out to a nice comfortable.
This is a bit of a nice
rate.
lead there.
Yeah, this is a nice, especially for, as we're saying, lightweight racing normally so close, but nice comfortable lead over Maxwell Scales there. And then Garvin Hayes from Canberra and Massimo Fitzsimon from Leichhardt, who's we'll see lining up in for the King School as well later on in the regatta, coached by Isaac Shepherd, Arabella Barr. Leichhardt Rowing Club with a growing junior program year on year. Oliver Manning from Black Mountain hanging back in 5th place at the moment.
Black Mountain's another rowing club that's I've really started to see quite a few entries from in the last 2-3 years or so.
Yeah, and some good quality lightweights coming through
Yes.
the ranks. Stu and I have mentioned it a few times that in a couple of years' time, Canberra could be a threat for the Penrith Cup again. But it's a good quality little squad there out of Black Mountain under Renee Domichens. But the pace of this race, we've got a few people starting to conserve a little bit of energy. So Julian Lamatre from Mossman Rowing Club, who is really bringing things down, coached by Josh Hewitt and Peter Warne, moving over to Mossman for this year.
Garvin's just pushed his way up into that 4th position over Massimo there in the back end, probably looking to claim that last spot through to the final.
Yeah, he's really turning it up. Here is Garvin Hayes. We'll see his brother Cormac Hayes. Really great to see racing in the Power 3 single tomorrow after recovering from
a terrible
car accident and making his way back into the sphere of para rowing this weekend, which would be great to see. But our top 4 starting to make themselves known here. Julian Lamatre from Mossman, pretty clearly out in front. The commercial sculler, William Dalgleish, we haven't mentioned him too much. He's just, I think, that is very, very close for second with Maxwell Scales of Glebe. Garvin Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club, cementing himself that last spot in the final. Massimo Fitzsimon from Leichhardt just dropping back into 5th place there in the shadow of the post. Oliver Manning from Black Mountain Rowing Club in 6th place. So we'll try and bring you the results of that once we get a result from the photo finish. But in the meantime, moving from the lightweights to the heavyweights and the singles to the pairs, the championship men's under-21 pair. 3 heats coming up, relatively well. It's always a pretty well-contested event, the under-21 pair, and very competitive and always a really interesting one to watch as a lot of these boys make their way out of their school programs and into club programs for the first time, with the exception of our newly crowned state champions in the under-19 pair, who have backed up in the 21s as well. So we'll get to them in a minute. But Swan River in lane 2 were our silver medalists in the under-19 pair as well. So seeing a few people backing up and having a stab at the older age categories. Banjo Morris Lark and Jeremy Flavell from Swan River. Sydney University's Finlay Mitchell and Sam Basher. Sydney Rowing Club's Edward Leckie and Ferdinand Hanlieb. Rockhampton Fitzroy in lane 5, Nicholas Thompson and Harry Brandt. Melbourne University and University of Queensland Composite, so Charlie White from Melbourne University, Thomas Stevens from UQ. Kinross Walleroy, our state champions in the under-19 pair, Hamish Searle, Toby Buckland, and then Sydney University, Max Garnett and Raphael Corbett in lane number 8. So top 3 through, so fairly tough progression, only 3 crews coming through. This event's sort of a few more entries than they would have had to have semi-finals, which is even tougher, but only top 3 certainly does mean if you draw a tough heat, you really have to race these events.
We saw quite a few steering issues earlier on in the day, and in a pair, never underestimate how important it is to get your line, but also how difficult it is. So we'll see. It doesn't look like we're having the same issues here.
No, so these boys a little bit older, maybe spend a little bit more time in the pair, but it is something like this race is another step up in pace from the under-19s. You can see Kinross and Swan River, both not quite able to hang with the older boys, but it is tight for that last qualifying position. So through the 1,500 metre mark, it was Garnett and Corbett from Sydney University Boat Club who are leading quite comfortably, but then it is an absolute scrap for that second and third qualifying spots to the final. Edward Leckie and Ferdinand Hanlieb from Sydney, Melbourne University of Queensland, Charlie White and Thomas Stevens, and then Sydney Uni, Sam Basher and Finlay Mitchell, all toughing it out here for that last qualification spot. I would say Max Garnett and Raphael Corbett looking pretty comfortable for the win in this and progressing through to the final, but the remaining of the crews really starting to turn up the wick now. And I think it's the Sydney Uni crew on the far side who are maybe just finding it a little bit too hot in the closing stages here. The Melbourne University of Queensland crew really having a tilt at it. They might even encroach on the Sydney University crew. Sam Basher and Finlay Mitchell just having the Sydney Uni crew on this side of the course. Max Garnett and Raphael Corbett just having a look over, seeing where their competition comes from. Sydney Uni, Sam Basher and Finlay Mitchell doing battle with Sydney Rowing Club here for that last spot.
Oh, the Melbourne Uni Composite, they're really charging to the middle.
Yeah, they've escaped the danger there. So it will be Sydney University in lane 8 first. Melbourne Uni, University of Queensland second. It is going to be Sydney Uni or Sydney Rowing Club. Sydney University Boat Club just over the line. Sydney Rowing Club.
Crab maybe, or a boy in that last bit?
I think just coming unstuck with the steering. As I said that the steering was so much better in this race, but just coming unstuck there. And they'll miss out on a spot in the final. But what a great race in this first of 3 heats of the under-21 pairs, and 2 more to come, and those two looking just as exciting on paper.
In our Heat 2 of the Championship Men's Under-21 pair, in Lane 2 we have Melbourne University, Max Boykett and Patrick Hanley. In Lane 3, the Fremantle Composite of Blair Parnell and Liam Davies. In Lane 4 from Sydney is Thomas Maloney and Matthias Maloney. Oh, same last name. In Lane 5, Sydney University, Matthew Coleman. And we've had an athlete substitution for Monty Salabank. In Lane 6, it's Mercantile, Luke Vallely and Eric Wiseman. In Lane 7 from UTS, George Field and Zachary Hyde. Lane 8 from the University of Queensland, Thomas Ruddle and Jez Peeney.
So once again, we're seeing one crew make their mark on this race, and the trailing pack really having to tough it out for a qualification spot. Once again, only top 3 progressing, and you wouldn't be too surprised to see the Maloney brothers, Thomas and Matthias, hitting the lead of this race. They've been rowing that combination together for quite a while. They were in the under-19 straight 4 at the World Championships last year, and the year before part of the Coxed 4 at World Champions forever and a day, as that event has unfortunately been removed from the program. But so 2 very, very experienced athletes there in Thomas and Matthias Maloney, and making their presence known with a quick first K, and really just putting themselves well out of reach of the chasing pack. But it is pretty tight for who is going to take those last couple of qualification spots. At the 1,000 metre mark, George Field and Zach Hyde from UTS, I think, are both out of the Riverview first 8 from last year. That was so dominant throughout the season. Sydney Uni in lane 5, Matthew Coleman, Monty Salabank, a Victorian, who was also on the junior team last year in the quad.
Good old Monty.
Mercantile running 4th, Luke Vallely and Eric Wiseman, and Thomas Riddell and Jez Peeney from University of Queensland. Those 2 crews were almost impossible to separate, and the West Australian composite of Parnell and Davis also right in the hunt as well. So at the moment, there are 5 crews going for those last 2 qualification spots. I'm just going to leave the Maloneys out of it because they are a long way clear of the rest of the field here in the under-21 pair.
How do you reckon their dinner conversations go? Do you reckon they talk about rowing when they're at home?
They should also have an older brother rowing as well.
Oh my gosh, rowing family.
Yeah, rowing family. There is a 4th one, but he doesn't.
He doesn't row.
Does surf
Black
boats.
sheep. Oh,
Does
surf boats.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
no surf boats here.
No, that's a bit of a thing here. So it was still UTS Field and Hyde at the 1,500 metre mark, just ahead of Valley and Wiseman. And then Sydney Uni's Matthew Coleman and Monty Salabank dropping back into 4th place, but right in the hunt for that last qualification spot through to the final tomorrow morning. No semis in this one.
It's close. If I was a coach on the bank right now, I would be...
You'd be sweating.
Oh, yeah. Heart rate monitor would be going beep.
It's not warm today, but you'd certainly be sweating if you're following this race with any skin in the game.
Especially for that 4th. It's just very close. But even Sydney's, 0.15 of a second behind 3rd spot there.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's safe at this point.
No.
The UTS boys, Field and Hyde, certainly putting on their best show and looking the most likely at this stage for second and a spot in the final. The Mercantile boys also putting in a good showing. That's currently 2nd and 3rd, UTS, then Mercantile. Sydney University knocking on the door, as are the University of Queensland on the near side of the course with what looks like Brisbane Boys College Blades, I think. But at the moment, there's no stopping the Maloney's, and they are cruising to an all-the-way win here in this heat. But the race is on behind him. Here comes the West Australians on the far side of the course. They're looking for a spot in the final. UTS are currently running second from Mercantile, from the West Australians. Here come the West Australians. It is going to be UTS for second. Mercantile will just hang on for third. They'll go through to the final. The West Australians spent everything there in the closing strokes, but they'll finish 4th. Sydney University couldn't quite hang with them. And they'll finish 5th, and the University of Queensland 6th. What a fantastic second heat of the under-21 pair. Melbourne Uni on the far side as well. Max Bocchiet and Patrick Hanley in 7th place.
See, what happens at the 1K isn't always how it's going to end.
Certainly not. And certainly not.
Can't afford any mistakes in races like that.
So 3rd and final heat of the men's under-21 pair is approaching the 1,000 metre mark now. And that's Melbourne University on the far side, William Ball, Charlie McClure. Oh, my voice is starting to go already. We've got a long 3 days ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen. Sydney University in lane 4, Samuel Stewart and Luke Fleet. Mercantile in lane 5, Harry Pollock and Joe Collingwood. University of Queensland in lane 6, Conrad Scott and Harrison Thomas. Sydney Rowing Club in lane 7, Henry Pursehouse and James Bell. Sydney Rowing Club in lane 8, Max Mason and Oliver Edwards. And at the 1,000 metre mark, it was the Sydney crew in lane 7. So on the near side of the course here, who I'm going to make it 2 in a row for the local club. Henry Pursehouse and James Bell leading through the 1,000 metre mark by 3.2 seconds over Mercantile's Harry Pollock and Joe Collingwood. And Sydney University's Samuel Stewart and Luke Fleet right on their tail, as was the University of Queensland, as was the 2nd Sydney Rowing Club crew. So once again, 3 crews to go through, and I think we've got, at the moment, Sydney looking good, but we've still really got 5 crews who aren't certain and are right in contention for that final. The only crew that's kind of out of things at the moment, Melbourne University's William Ball, Charlie McClure on the far side of the course, who look to just be a little bit too far back, I think, to challenge at this stage of the race. You can see the 2nd crew from the left of your picture in lane 7. That's Henry Pursehouse and James Bell. Henry Pursehouse, who was in the New South Wales Youth 8 last year, Scots College graduate, and 2nd year of under-21s now. And currently partnered up with James Bell and leading this race. You can see the challenges coming from both sides, though. Their club mates, Max Mason, Oliver Edwards. Oliver Edwards, Shaw School graduate, 1st year out of school. And to their right, you can see the Mercantile crew 2 across, Harry Pollock and Joe Collingwood, who are starting to have a really good challenge and might actually be almost level with the early race leaders. So we've got 3 crews separated by half a length at the 1,500 metre mark, and 2 crews within a length who could still challenge for a spot in the final. Everything to play for here in the heats of the under-21 Coxless pair. Melbourne University will be out of it at this stage, so Mercantile leading the way with 500 metres to go. Pollock and Collingwood from Pursehouse and Bell from Sydney, from Mason and Edwards from Sydney, and then the University of Queensland and Sydney University hot on their heels for a spot in the final of the Championship men's under-21 pair tomorrow.
This makes me nervous to call anything because it just keeps changing. There's no set. Anyway, you just get so engrossed in how good the racing is.
And these boys, sort of, a lot of them fresh out of school. Pairs racing will be fairly new to them. It is a bit of an art, bit of a dark art racing the pair. Yes. Steering the pair we've spoken about can be difficult.
There's a lot of elements. A lot of things outside of your control as well. You know, in a double scull, you could just sort of follow the person in front, but here with your one oar, you've got to be in sync with your partner. So right now, it looks like 4 crews in the challenge. Sydney University's Luke Fleet and Sam Stewart just dropping off the pace. So Mercantile still maybe just with a slightest of margin, but the Sydney crew on the near side of the course, who were 5th at the 1,000 metre mark, that's Max Mason and Oliver Edwards, are now right up in contention for the win in this race. And it might be our early race leaders from Sydney, Henry Pursehouse and James Bell, who miss out on the final. So we've got Mercantile, University of Queensland, Big Crab from the Sydney crew, our early race leaders. Big Crab, and they are out of contention for the final. Mercantile, Sydney Rowing Club, University of Queensland, that's top 3 crews look almost certain for a spot in the final now, but what order are they going to cross in? No one's letting off the gas in the closing strokes of this race. It'll be the Sydney crew on the near side, just over Mercantile, over the University of Queensland. What a fantastic race. Very good effort from those boys.
Fantastic racing. We're just talking about how quickly everything can change.
Again, in the last 250.
Sydney University will come across in 4th. They'll just miss out on the final.
I dare say pairs are probably the hardest to predict in my book. It's like it's very, very hard. You never know what's going to happen.
To me, that's forcing an error. That's putting the pressure on your competition to a point where they crack, and that happens, and that's just really good, hard, competitive racing. So confirming the results there, if you couldn't hear over us, getting very, very excited. Sydney Rowing Club's Max Mason and Oliver Edwards in 1st, Harry Pollock and Joe Collingwood from Mercantile in 2nd, Conrad Scott and Harrison Thomas from the University of Queensland in 3rd, and those 3 through to tomorrow's final. Sam Stewart, Luke Fleet from Sydney Uni missing out, Henry Pursehouse and James Bell with a bit of a mishap in the closing strokes in 5th, and Melbourne University in 6th place.
Moving to the women now in race 48, we have the women's under-21 pair. In lane 3, we have Mercantile, Sophie Carter and Eliza Jenkins. In lane 4 from UTS, Madeline Swain and Madeline Manis. The scratching from Surfers Paradise in lane 5. Lane 6 is Mercantile, Sophia Purton and Gabby Price. Lane 7 is another Mercantile boat, Catherine Ross and Mackenzie Pugh. And in lane 8 from Sydney is Zara Taylor and Grace Bennett. And just a thank you to Chris, who's now just left me, and I'm now replaced with Rob.
Well, you're not replaced. Chris is replaced.
Sorry, Chris is replaced. Oh.
Now you've got an apology to go out to Sophie Carter.
Yes, Sophie Carter, who refused to have breakfast with me on Monday morning. Sophie, I did warn you I'd call you out over the speaker. Anyway, it's good to see her having a crack in the pair anyway.
Yeah, and certainly this first heat of the Championship Women's Under-21 pair, the progression is the first 4 through to the final. So we have the 2 heats in this event, and we're coming down to we're through the 1,000 metre mark, but we don't quite have any timing coming from the 1,000 metre mark. Yes, we do. So it was the 2 Madeleines from UTS, Madeline Swain and Madeline Mannins, who crossed through the 1,000 metres with about a handy lead, about 2 lengths over Sydney's Zara Taylor and Grace Bennett. just close behind Mercantile number 1, Sophie Purton and Gabby Price, and then Mercantile 2, Catherine Ross and Mackenzie Pugh, and Mercantiles for Sophie Carter and Eliza Jenkins, and perhaps she should have had breakfast with you.
Could have been good.
So a little bit out of it at the moment. So the race is really on between UTS, Sydney and Mercantile 1 as we come down towards the 1,500 metre mark.
It's good to see such a strong Victorian field there. Mercantile, obviously, 2 doors up from me on Boathouse Drive there. So it's good to see that they've got three female pairs out there, and they'll. I think they're boating in a full Mercantile under 21-8 this regatta, if I'm correct, which is very nice to see.
Yeah, certainly Victorians dominating this numbers in this event with just the 2 Sydney crews, UTS and Sydney. But coming down to the 1,500 metre mark, and we just looks like we might have had down a few volunteers in those timing huts, but no, we still have it. So UTS has just gone through the 1,500 metre mark in a time of 5:58, and it is the 2 Madeline Swain and Mannins from UTS crossing with about still holding on to this very similar lead they had at the 1,000 metre mark. They've pulled it a little bit out on the Sydney's Purton and Grice, and then a little way back to Zara Taylor and Grace Bennett. So it is, that looks to be where the race is. It's still not out of it though. Mercantile 2, they look to have pulled back a bit over that 1,000 metre split. So still in with a chance. And you can see the 4 crews on this side. That's where the racing is.
Yeah. So those top 4 boats, they're progressing to the next round. If Soph and Eliza want to make it, they've got a bit of work to do there in the last 500 metres. Still possible, as we saw in the boys' races there. Anything can change in the last 500 metres.
Yeah, certainly the pair being that, as I said from the last race, enough pressure put on the crews.
Yep.
Make any sort of mistake in a pair and it's pretty dramatic. So it's very hard to recover from it. So, that's certainly be the thoughts going through these first 4 crews at the moment. Although they've got a little bit of a spurt on over there in lane 3 and or lane 2, and look to have come back. Look to have brought back the field a little bit, but probably will run out of room. We're down to the 200 metre to go at the moment. The crews out in front, the Mercantile number 1 and UTS, really cruising, it would appear at this point in time. UTS look like they've just sidled up beside the Mercantile crew, who are certainly working a lot harder. So if we go by how they look at the moment, looking really, really calm, the UTS crew, underrating the Mercantile crew by about 6 points at the moment. It will be the Mercantile crew Mercantile crew crossing the line. That will be Sophie Purton and Gabby Price. Will cross the line in first, followed by UTS's Madeline Swain and Madeline Mannins. It will be the Sydney Rowing Club combination of Zara Taylor and Grace Bennett in third, and Catherine Ross and Mackenzie Pugh from Mercantile in fourth. And they will be the 4 crews progressing to the final, which is tomorrow morning. And crossing the line now, Sophie Carter and Eliza Jenkins to round out this field.
Coming down the course now is Heat 2 of the women's under-21 pair. Again, the progression is the first 4 to the final tomorrow. In lane 3 from Adelaide is Tamara Bates and Grace Barrera. In lane 4 from Western Australia Rowing Club is Charlotte Hanson-Canaroy and Stella Wandel. In lane 5 from Mercantile is Lucy Gillen and Eloise Adam. In lane 6 from Mercantile is Ruby Ivers and Yves Sadler. In lane 7 from Melbourne University is Amy Crow and Emily Anthony. And Emily is that lightweight that we were talking about. We got very excited about before. And in lane 8 from Sydney is Eva Thompson and Mika Nato. It's just coming down the field now. But yes, Emily Anthony there, obviously the daughter of Peter Anthony and Fiona Milne, some 2 very famous lightweight rowers there. So it's good to see her having a crack at the under-21 boats as well as the lightweight boats.
Absolutely, and certainly Peter Anthony, exceptional lightweight and heavyweight, as it would appear. I think at the Atlanta Olympics, I think he was where they won the double.
Yes. Yep.
It's with Stephen Hawkins, yeah, Hawkins, yeah. But we've, as I said, we seem to have lost the 1,000-metre splits here, so we're going on line of sight. But it does look like the crew's in the middle of the field. It does look like, here we go, we're up and now. Yeah, it is the Mercantile crew of Lucy Gillen and Eloise Adam, who are through that 1,000 metres with about a second lead over Tamara Bates and Grace Barrera from Adelaide. 0.53 seconds back to Sydney's Eva Thompson and Mika Nato, and another further 2 seconds back to Melbourne Uni's Amy Crow and Emily Anthony. A little bit further back to Western Australia Rowing Club Fremantle Composite of Charlotte Hanson Naroy and Stella Wandell, and Mercantile's Ruby Ivers and Eve Sadler. So coming down the 500 metre mark now, and it's once again a reminder that only 4 of these crews were going through the final. So through the 1,000 metre mark, there was really not a lot in it. So the crew that is probably needs to do some work is the second crew from Mercantile to come up there. But coming through the 1,500 metre marks, it was a change in lead. I think we got Tamara Bates and Grace Barrera, who have overtaken the lead from the Mercantile crew of Lucy Gillam and Eloise Adam. The Sydney crew of Eva Thompson and Mika Nato, just about 0.1 of a second behind the Mercantile crew, a little bit further back now to the Fremantle Western Australian Rowing Club Composite, and then a fair way back then to the Mercantile crew. So it does look like the crews from Adelaide Mercantile, Sydney and Western Australia Fremantle Composite will go through to the final here. Now we've only got showing 5 crews on the on our scoring, but we've had 6 crews go through the 1,500 metre mark. So what crew
that Melbourne crew with Emily Anthony in it, that's not being displayed up here, who were
no,
in
and they are in
position.
4th. Well, they're probably just 4th or 5th at the moment. So once again, they got the all the work to do, but certainly no trouble for this Adelaide crew. They have really put the hammer down now and pulled a handy lead, it would appear, over the chasing pack. Over on this side, Sydney's Thompson and Nato, so putting in a good effort, as are the Mercantile crew in the middle. But here come the Melbourne Uni crew, the aforementioned Melbourne Uni crew of Crow and Anthony, and they are really working hard to pull back into that 4th position. So the race is on between them and the WAR Fremantle Composite over there in lane 4. So they come down towards the last 100 metres, and it is going to be extremely close. No trouble at all for the Adelaide crew of Bates and Barrera, and they will go across the line. It does look like the Sydney crew will be comfortably in second. Just a few wobbly strokes over there in that one, the Western Australian Composite crew. It's going to be extremely tight. Mercantile just backing it off now. Sydney going across the line to take second, but it will be the Composite crew from WA that goes across to take that 4th place into the final, followed by Melbourne Uni's Crow and Anthony, and then a little bit further back to the Ruby Evers and Eve Sadler crew from Mercantile. So out on the course now, we have race 50, the Championship Para Coxed 4. We only have the one crew in this event, and that's as we mentioned earlier when we were watching the pair come down, the Para PR3 pair come down. It's just due to the lack of numbers over the years in the sweep events, but we're seeing that grow. Very strong fields tomorrow in the sculling events, the single and the double. Tomorrow, so we're slowly seeing that translate back into the sweep. Australia's been traditionally very strong in sweep, in these events. So hopefully this is the start of it. So this is a bit of a mixed crew. We have Flynn Wilkinson from Sydney Rowing Club, Parry Mutaris from Glebe, Katrina Reynolds from Toowoomba, and Georgina Browning from Uni of New South Wales. Now we would have seen Katrina and Georgina early in the pair, and Rachel Bozza is the coxswain. Yes, I know. I do apologise, David Skinner. I was just talking to you, and you said your son was in this race. So Aaron Skinner, who is from Nestle's club down at Warrnambool in Victoria, and he certainly has been around for a long time. And David's telling me the joys of being in the para thing when you're a masters as well. So he is competing in Barrington in a couple of weeks. He's then across to Perth for the Nationals for the Masters the end of May, and then wherever it takes them next year. So a lot of travelling for that family. But certainly this crew would never have been together before. So we're seeing a great effort on their part. So we have a mixture in this boat. We have a mixture of II or intellectually impaired athletes and physical disabilities. In the Australian Rowing Australia supports the II rowing in PR3. When we get to World Cups and the like in the Olympics, they are certainly excluded, which is ironic because I think they were the first crews to the classifications to go into the World Championships. But that's how it flows. But we've got Ant moving out of the commentary position, and I've probably peaked a bit early here because Lizzie's not quite Lizzie Chapman coming into the commentary positions. Thanks, Ant.
Thank you for having me. And I'm going to hand over to the far more qualified Lizzie.
And I understand I've come back just in time to watch some incredibly exciting semi-final racing. Is that right?
Yes, indeed. And we just got the para PR3 Coxed 4 coming down, and a discipline that you were well across, Lizzie.
Indeed, yes. So, but all of these names completely different. Oh no, Aaron Skinner was around back then when I was coaching, wasn't he? And obviously, Parry, who was a weightlifter, wasn't he? A power lifter before he started rowing, probably still is. And Katrina and Georgina, who we saw earlier on in the pair, and Raquel Coxing. So, yeah, we're not quite where we have been in the past, but I think there's some really good momentum under our new, not so new, our lead para coaches. Bit of a reshuffle in Canberra. I don't know if you were talking about that, but Christine McLaren, who led para rowing at Sassy, is doing such a great job at Rowing Australia.
Absolutely.
And doing lots of work to identify para athletes in schools, which I think we all feel is probably a great place to look for talent.
Yeah, we've got a great story there with Sam, who is rowing. This surname escapes me. Stunnell, who came through Christine and is being coached out of by Kathleen Hexel in Drummoyne at the moment, who did his first race as a PR2, and he's got a race tomorrow and finish off his classification, but he's been provisionally classified as a PR2, which is absolutely fantastic.
Yes.
So we're really looking forward to that. We're just trying to convert him from kayaking, but so he certainly is. Certainly is strong. And Christine's doing a great job, as are the other the infrastructure behind para rowing in Australia at the moment.
Definitely. So this crew is being stroked by Georgina Browning of Uni of New South Wales, and before I realised she was a para rower, I'd seen her racing often for Uni of New South. She's got lovely rhythm there, and she's setting up a rhythm that the others can follow, and we can see in this 4 as they cross the line, Georgina in the stroke seat, Katrina in the bow seat, and the 2 guys in the middle, because with PR3 sweep rowing, the 4 is a mixed crew and a Coxed one as well. Nice stable crew, so good on them. A time of 8:55, and as we said before, the crew is Aaron Skinner, Parry Mutaris, Katrina Reynolds and Georgina Browning bookending the crew, and Raquel Bozza, the Cox. Justin Quigley, the coach, so congratulations to them. Will be coming in to get their medals. And we're moving now to the semi-finals of the Championship Under-19 Women's Single Scull. The first 3 will progress through to the final, and once again it's really cutthroat here. The rest will be eliminated. In lane 2 we've got Catherine Walsh from Mossman Rowing Club, who's coached by Joshua Hewitt. In lane 3 we have Charlotte Olivia from UTS Haberfield, coached by Sam Fennessy. In lane 4 we have Sienna Becker from Commercial Rowing Club up in Queensland, who's coached by Jacinta Edmonds. In lane 5 Charlotte Bowen of Canberra Girls Grammar School. In lane 6, Isabella Henderson at UTS Haberfield, also at school at Armidale, who's coached by Marty Inglis from Armidale School and Sam Fennessy from UTS Haberfield. In lane 7, Bella Wells from Tasmania University Boat Club. In lane 8, Maeve Swanson from Murwillumbah, coached by Tara Townsend. And in lane 9, Jessica Carroll from the University of Queensland Boat Club, coached by John Pettigrew.
And through the 1,000 metre mark, Lizzie, it was Canberra Girl Grammar Charlotte Bowen holding a slight advantage over Isabel Henderson from UTS, followed by Charlotte Olivia from UTS, about a 9 seconds back. So just a bit of a gap there at the moment. Just a reminder, the first 3 will go to the final. It's very close between UTS Charlotte Olivia and Uni of Queensland's Jessica Carroll for that 3rd place. So that's where certainly where the action's going to be as we come down towards the line. But these 2 out in front have quite a dominant lead, and they look like, is from the chevron shape there, they would have gone through with faster times into the semi-finals, and that's certainly playing itself out in this race.
So I notice on our Digital Youth Insights leaderboard that Isabella Henderson is currently sitting in 3rd position as a schoolgirl sculler with her fastest time of 8:16. So good conditions today to see if she can challenge that.
And through the 1,500 metre mark, and the Charlotte Brown from Canberra Girls Grammar continues to hold a slight advantage over UTS's Isabella Henderson. A little bit further back to Charlotte Olivia, who has now pulled out about a length and a half over Uni of Queensland's Jessica Carroll. So if Jessica Carroll is probably still within sight, if she can pull off a big finish, she could still get into this final with, as I said, the first 3 going through to the final. So coming down into the 300 metres to go, and as we can see, from our position here, it is Canberra Girl Grammar, Charlotte Bowen, with the look over the rest of the field. And off to her left, Isabel Henderson, as Lizzie said, also raced for the Armidale School, and we'll be looking at their head of the river in 2 weeks for the Armidale School, the New South Wales girls' head of the river. And back to Charlotte Olivia from UTS over in lane 3. So now coming into the 250 metre mark, it looks like that Charlotte Bowen may well have just backed it off at just a tad, knowing that they're very comfortably into the final. It is Isabel Henderson and Charlotte Olivia who are the chasers in this pack. Right over here on this side, though, in lane 9, the University of Queensland, Jessica Carroll. She still is in with a chance, but is going to have to do a lot of work to overcome Charlotte Olivia from UTS. But winding it right down now, Charlotte Bowen coming into the last 100 metres, holding that advantage over Isabel Henderson, who's also backed it right off now. So these 2 are going to go comfortably across the line. It will be Charlotte Olivia from UTS who will cross the line in 3rd position to take that 3rd place into the final. A valiant effort from the University of Queensland sculler Jessica Carroll, but won't quite be enough to get that 3rd position. So the scullers now crossing the line. Jessica Carroll now coming down to the line. It will be followed by Catherine Walsh of Mossman Rowing Club. Murwillumbah's Maeve Swanson. Commercials, Sienna Becker. And just a little bit further back, may have run into some trouble, Tasmania University's Bella Wells.
So just confirming then the positioning of our first semi-final. Sorry, we'll come back to that because we really ought to direct your attention to the medals that have just been presented to the PR3 Coxed 4, the University of New South Wales composite with Tuong, Glebe and Nestles, Aaron Skinner, Parry Mutaris, Katrina Reynolds, Georgina Browning and their cox Raquel Bozza. So congratulations to this year's champions in the PR3 Coxed 4. And just confirming the results of the first semi-final of the women's under-19 single scull, a win for Charlotte Bowen of Canberra Girls Grammar School, second Isabella Henderson of UTS Haberfield, and third Charlotte Olivia of UTS Haberfield. Those three scullers will progress through to the final. Fourth, Jessica Carroll, University of Queensland. Fifth, Catherine Walsh of Mossman. Sixth, Maeve Swanson of Murwillumbah. Seventh, Sienna Becker of Commercial. And eighth, Bella Wells of Tasmanian University Boat Club. The time for Charlotte Bowen provisionally, 8:35.98. The margins, 3:03 and 3.35. Moving on to semi-final number 2 in the under-19 single scull. In lane 2 from Radford College, Kate Collier. In lane 3 from Maroochydore, Jamila Hines. In lane 4 from Barwon, Grace Holton. In lane 5 from the University of Queensland Boat Club, Stephanie Pettigrew. In lane 6 from Mossman Rowing Club, Eloise Stevens. In lane 7 from Fremantle, Lily Lucas. In lane 8 from Radford College, Hannah Kosh. And in lane 9 from Commercial Rowing Club, Maggie Stafford.
And of course, Lizzie, we have the very interesting scenario of 3 semi-finals for this event. It's running a little bit of confusion with this, but it was Eloise Stevens through the 1,000 metre mark with a time of 4:11, followed fairly closely by Lily Lucas from Fremantle, Grace Holt from Barwon, only 0.5 behind Stephanie Pettigrew, 0.74. So that's where the race is. So that out of those 4, the 3 for the final will come. It's about a 3-length gap back to the chasing pack. They've now got up to the 1,500 metre mark, and it is still Eloise Stevens holding a slight advantage over Barwon's Grace Holton. Once again, Fremantle's Lily Lucas and University of Queensland Stephanie Pettigrew are certainly right in the race here. So out of those 4, only 3 shall get through. So the race will certainly be on over this last 400 odd metres. Quite a gap back then, about 15 seconds back to Radford College, Marucci and Commercial Scullers. So as we come down to about 300 metres to go, we can see Eloise Stevens, very accomplished sculler in the middle of the field here, but just getting a bit of a challenge at the moment from the Barwon. It looks like the Barwon sculler, Grace Holton, who is moving up, probably still holds about a second advantage. Certainly a lot of work being put in by the Marucci sculler in the middle of the field, and she is certainly making some. Well, it can't be the Fremantle sculler, sorry, Lily Lucas, and certainly is making some great inroads coming down to the towards the line. Over on this side, the University of Queensland, I'm a little bit confused in our things, has fallen back a fair way. So I think we're got to recall these lines. I think we might have got a bit mixed up in the things, but no troubles whatsoever about Eloise Stevens. She is holding down a commanding lead. It is certainly the Barwon sculler. So we've called that all the way down in the wrong one. It is Grace Holden. Grace Holden, who is in second place. Over here it is Fremantle's Lily Lucas, and they will be the 3 that will go through to the final. A lot of work being by that University of Queensland sculler, but she will not, Stephanie Pettigrew, but she will not have enough room to get back and take those positions. So the first 3 positions going across the line were Eloise Stevens from Mossman, Barwon's Grace Holton, and then Fremantle's Lily Lucas. So the final scull is just crossing the line now. We at Radford College, Commercials, Maggie Stafford, Radford College's Hannah Koh. On the other side, Marucci's Yamila Milu Hines. And coming across the line now is Radford College, number 4's Kate Collier.
We'll just wait to hear from the judges, because certainly from up here we thought Eloise Stevens won that, and the time that's been put up looks remarkably fast, 8:07. There we go, 8:20. So a win there in the second semi-final of the women's under-19 single for Eloise Stevens of Mossman Rowing Club in a provisional time of 8 minutes 20.65. Second was Grace Holton of Barwon, the time 5:33, and in third position Lily Lucas of Fremantle, the margin 4.52. Those three scullers will progress through to the final, race number 80. The remainder sadly eliminated from the event. And now we move to the third semi-final of the Championship Women's Under-19 Single Scull, where we see Elise Coates from Mossman and Frida Kirkham and Amelia Darcy, and Lottie Ravenstein. So a really strong squad there at Mossman Rowing Club under Alfie Young and Josh Hewitt. Doing a great job there. In lane 2, Melandra Nell from Mercantile in Melbourne, coached by Rhett Spiller and Susie Franklin. In lane 3, Lottie Ravenstein from Mossman, coached by Alfie Young. In lane 4, Zoe Ball from Toowong, coached by Alex Field, Simon Daly and Hamish Cooney. In lane 5, Ayla Drury from Murwillumbah, coached by Tara Townsend. In lane 6, Elise Coates from Mossman. In lane 7, Frida Kirkham from Mossman. And in lane 8, Amelia Darcy from Mossman. And in lane 9, from the Armadale School, Isabel Coddington, coached by Marty Inglis.
And Lizzie, through the 1,000 metre marks, it was Elise Coates from Mossman number 1 in 4:11, just ahead, slightly ahead of Ayla Drury from Murwillumbah, followed back to Frida Kirkham from Mossman and Lottie Ravenstein from Mossman. So that's where the race once again will be. It's fairly tight for that second and third position. So as they move towards the 1,500 metre mark, a little bit of work to be done by Lottie Ravenstein. To get up on, but she was literally 0.71 of a second behind at the 1,000 metre mark, so right in it there. A little bit back to Zoe Ball from Toowong, about 5 seconds, and another 2 seconds back to Amelia Darcy from Mossman. So that's where the race is, but certainly we're looking down to the course at the moment, and Elise Coates and Ayla Drury certainly are out in front at the moment and looking very, very tidy.
And from memory from last year's Nationals and State Championships, Ayla's a little bit younger. I seem to remember she was under 17, I think, and maybe medalled at under 17s last year, and was in some good crews and her single at Nationals as well. And Elise Coates had an outstanding season last year, narrowly missing junior selection and young enough to go for it again this year. Outstanding athlete, second on our digital leaderboard behind Patty Boland, who went to juniors in the double last year. And Isabel Coddington, training there at the Armadale School, has performed strongly all season, but again, a little bit younger. So.
And through the 1,500 metre mark, it was Elise Coates just holding a slight advantage over Ayla Drury. Lottie Ravenstein and Frida Kirkham in a ding-dong battle for that third place. There's 0.6 of a second in it, and they certainly are going to really tussle all the way down the last 400 metres to see who gets that final place out of our third semi-final into the final. So we're looking rather confused about semi-finals, but moving on. So as I said, it was Elise Coates holding a slight advantage over Ayla Drury coming through, and we can see in the middle of the pack there, these two are basically neck and neck as they come down to the last 250 metres. It does look like Elise Coates still might hold a slight advantage, although Ayla Drury now is just going on at the push. So these two are actually really racing at the moment. Elise Coates holding the slight advantage. It does look like Ayla Drury may well have just put on a bit of a spurt just to show she could, and is settled back into that second place. They come down with about 100 metres to go. Certainly both looking very comfortable. The race still on between Kirkham and Ravenstein for this third place. It does look like Ravenstein over there in lane 3 has the advantage at the moment, but it will be Elise Coates crossing the line to take out this semi-final, followed by Ayla Drury. It will be the sculler from Mossman, Lottie Ravenstein coming in to take that third position, and coming down to the line now, it will be Frida Kirkham who will take fourth place, but just miss out on the final.
Great, so just confirming the results then in our third and final semi-final in the Championship Women's Under-19 single. Going through to the final will be Elise Coates from Mossman Rowing Club, who came first, Ayla Drury from Willumbar, who came second, and Lottie Ravenstein from Mossman Rowing Club, who placed third. Winning time for Elise Coates was 8 minutes 27.35, the margins 1.08 and 5.4. The remainder of our competitors will now be eliminated from the event. And looking at how busy this regatta is, they've got plenty more to do, so I shouldn't imagine there'll be any tears there. They'll be cracking on with the next thing. And talking of cracking on, the men's under-19 single scull semi-final is advancing rapidly, with Willem Spuage of Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 2, Harrison Braithwaite of Canberra and the ACT High Performance Programme in lane 3, Angus McInnes of Sydney University Boat Club in lane 4, Oliver Kent of Brisbane Grammar School in lane 5, Samuel Bredell of Fremantle Rowing Club in lane 6, Leighton Showman of Mossman Rowing Clubs in lane 7, Ty Bailey of Corio Bay in lane 8, and Lockie Tyndall of the King's School Parramatta in lane 9.
And through the 1500 metre mark, we have the Brisbane Grammar's Oliver Kent going through in a time of 5:41 with about a length's advantage over Fremantle's Samuel Bredell and King's Lockie Tyndall. So they look like the three at the moment, although we got no four through to the final. So Leighton Showman from Mossman looks to be in that position, but only a second back is Canberra ACT's Harrison Braithwaite. So as we come down towards the 250 metre to go, it does appear to be the Brisbane Grammar sculler Oliver Kent still holding down a handy lead. Just off to his left, the Fremantle sculler Samuel Bredell is certainly putting on a big effort at the moment and trying to consolidate his position, or maybe even take the lead. There is a race on though between the Fremantle, between the Kings, Mossman, and Canberra ACT scullers for this third position. At the moment, it does appear that the sculler over on this side, the King Sculler Lockie Tyndall, is holding down that position, but it's going to be very close. Big finish coming on at the moment by Leighton Showman, and it's going to be very tight, but it's only no tight at all for Fremantle Samuel Bredell, who has overtaken Brisbane Grammar's Oliver Kent and will take out this race. Absolute ripper of a race for the end of here, but it will be King's Lockie Tyndall just crossing the line, just shading the Mossman sculler Leighton Showman, followed by the Canberra ACT's Harrison Braithwaite. It will be the Sydney University sculler Angus McInnes crossing the line now, followed by Corio Bay's Taj Bailey and William Spew from Leichhardt.
And just confirming the results of our first semi-final of the men's under-19 single scull. With the first four progressing through to the final, it will be Samuel Bredell from Fremantle, who was first, Oliver Kent from Brisbane Grammar, who was second, Lockie Tyndall from the King's School Parramatta, who was third, and Leighton Showman from Mossman Rowing Club, who was fourth. The remainder of the scullers are now eliminated from the event. The provisional winning time for Samuel Bredell, 7:37.49. The margins 1.92, 5.32 and 1.11. The second semi-final is now in progress, with Felix Pentony of Darramarlin in lane 2, coached by Charlotte McCarthy, Lockie Rogers of the King's School Parramatta in lane 3, coached by Dave Geely and Julian Huxley, Xander Bailey of Corio Bay in lane 4, coached by Jeff Watt, Rory Parker of St Augustine's in lane 5, coached by Amos Noon and Judith Ungermark, Ewan Humphreys of Mossman Rowing Club in lane 6 and Floris Elias of Mossman Rowing Club in lane 7. Both are coached by Alfie Young. Jasper Twitchett of North Esk in Tasmania in lane 8, coached by Adam Simons and Trevor Barrett. And in lane 9, Joshua Bradbury from Centenary Rowing Club in Queensland, coached by Kerry Tickle and Peter Wadsworth.
From our vantage point, it does look like the scullers in the middle of the field. The St Augustine's Rory Parker, Mossman's and Ewan Humphreys, and Mossman's Floris Elias is where all the pace is. And we're just looking across there now, and it does look like we're showing Ewan Humphreys from Mossman, and he does look to hold down about a 2/3 of a length lead over the St Augustine sculler Rory Parker. So we're getting a wider view on that now, and certainly maybe even opening that up to a length as they come through the 1,500 metre mark. So it was Ewan Humphreys through the 1,500 metre mark in a time of 5:42, followed by St Augustine's Rory Parker, Mossman 3, Floris Elias, Xander Bailey from Corio Bay, and then a little bit of a gap back to Lockie Rogers from Kings, Jasper Twitchett, North Esk. So, and followed by Joshua Bradbury, Centenary, and Durham Allen's Felix Pentany. So at the moment, it looks like the scullers Humphreys, Parker, Elias and Bailey are holding down those 4 final positions. But we'll, as we come into the last 300 metres, and we can see as they get closer to the grandstand, certainly Ewan Humphreys is holding a comfortable lead at the moment, probably underrating the sculler off to his right, which would be Rory Parker from St Augustine's. Probably neither of them can relax. It's not that far back to the chasing pack, and all keen to get a place in this final. But the four out in front at the moment do look like they've got the positions covered. That's the Mossman, St Augustine's Mossman and Corio Bay as we come down into the 250 metres to go. Probably all looking and thinking a little bit more comfortably at the moment. The sculler that's probably working the hardest is Xander Bailey from Corio Bay, but understandably because he's got the chasing pack of the King sculler, Lockie Rogers, hot on his heels. But as they come into the 150 metres to go, looking very comfortable now, Ewan Humphreys from Mossman, coached by Alfie Young, and certainly is well and truly in control of this race. Rory Parker, coached by Amos Noon and Judith Ungermark from St Augustine's, is certainly not letting up at all, followed by Floris Elias, once again Alfie Young coached, and across to Corio Bay, Xander Bailey, and they will be the 4 going through to the final. Ewan Humphreys crossing the line now, followed by Rory Parker, Floris Elias and Xander Bailey. And just coming home now, North Esk Jasper Twitchett. It will be King's Lockie Rogers, followed by Durham Allen's Felix Pentany, and Centenary's Joshua Bradbury.
Confirming the results of the second semi-final of the Championship Men's Under-19 Single Scull, and those of you who get their heads messed up by the idea of 3 semi-finals like I do will be pleased to hear there were only 2, with 4 progressing through to the final. First across the line was Ewan Humphreys of Mossman Rowing Club. Second, Rory Parker of St Augustine's. Third, Floris Elias from Mossman Rowing Club, and fourth, Xander Bailey of Corio Bay. Those 4 scullers will progress through to the semi-final, race 81, and the remainder will be eliminated. The winning time, provisional time of 7:42.3, the margins 2.58, 1.74 and 3.35, so looking like having a really fantastic final in this event. Let's move up to under 23. Staying with the men's single scull, we have 3 semi-finals with 3 to progress through to the final. In the under 23 men's single, in lane 2, we have Mika Talbot of Townsville JCU, coached by Jamie Forbes. In lane 3, Matisse Kerr of Mercantile, coached by Scott Rowe. In lane 4, Oscar Beregi of UTS Haberfield, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Jack Hargreaves. In lane 5, Jude Shermer of Adelaide University Boat Club. In lane 6, Adam Holland of Sydney University Boat Club. In lane 7, Adelaide University Boat Club's Jasper Boyce. In lane 8, University of Queensland, Mitchell Owen, and in lane 9, from Sydney University Boat Club, Trifon Stamboli. coached by Rob Black and Simon Huxley.
And Lizzie, through the 1,000 metre marks, it's Adam Holland from Sydney University holding down about a 1.5 lead over Mitchell Owen from University of Queensland, followed by Jasper Boyce, Jude Shermer and Oscar Beregi. It's very, very close. So once again, we got this slight anomaly of 3 semi-finals. So first 3 going through to the final, the others eliminated. So it's going to be a tough race as we... for these, the race is really going to be on between Jasper Boyce at the moment, Mitchell Owen, Jasper Boyce, Jude Shermer and Oscar Beregi. And they look only about a 1.5 separating those as they went through the 1,000 metre mark. So obviously this third 500 will sort them out. Well, either way. And so as we'll get a better idea as they come through the 1,500 metre mark. But looking, Sydney University sculler from our vantage point, looking like he might have actually just put in a bit of an effort and has made got a bit more advantage over the other scullers. And we're certainly seeing the same on the screen at the moment. Although he is being chased hard by Jasper Boyce just off to his left. And that's what we're seeing on the screen. So it looks like there could have been a little bit of a change in positions for the over that 500 metres. So Adam Holland certainly going through with about a second advantage over Jasper Boyce. Very close between Mitchell Owen and Oscar Beregi and Jude Shermer. So the race is really going to be on for those positions. So there is 3 vying for that third position at the moment as we come into about 400 metres to go. So we can see that the University of Sydney sculler, Adam Holland, certainly holding down that advantage and really not backing off at all, and can't afford to because it is very close. You've got 5 scullers in this end of the field here vying for 3 positions. So it's going to be a very tough ask for the one that misses out. But coming down into, we've got about 300 metres to go. Adam Holland still holding down that slight advantage over Jasper Boyce on this side, but a big mover is Oscar Beregi from UTS over there in lane 4, and he has certainly made some ground on both of these at the moment and certainly has the boat speed. The Queensland University's Mitchell Owen, who was right up there, has just slipped a little bit, so he's got a lot of work to do to try to pull back, as has the Adelaide Uni's Jude Shermer, who is just fallen off the back of these 3 scullers, but no problems at all for Sydney University's Adam Holland, although coming up beside him now is Jasper Boyce, who's really pushing him all the way to the line. The first 3 going through to the final, and there is nothing in it. Probably just shortened up a little bit, Adam Holland, but now making sure of his work, and he will go across the line to take the win in this event. It will be Adelaide's Jasper Boyce going across in second, followed by UTS's Oscar Beregi. It will be University of Queensland Mitchell Owen crossing in 4th, and back to Adelaide's Jude Shermer in 5th. Just crossing the line now, Matisse Kerr, and a little ways back to Townsville's Mika Talbot and Sydney University's Stefan Stamboli.
So confirming the results then of our first of 3 semi-finals in the Championship Men's Under-23 Single Scull. A win for Adam Holland of Sydney University Boat Club. Second, Jasper Boyce, Adelaide University Boat Club. Third, Oscar Beregi, University of Technology, Sydney, Haberfield Rowing Club. Those 3 progress through to the final, and the remainder are now eliminated from the event. The winning time for Adam Holland was 7:21.8 seconds. The margins 1.08 and 2.18. The second semi-final is now lining up. I'll just read you the lineup and then we'll go back to some community messages. In lane 2, we will have Oscar Schiel-Gamborg from Mossman Rowing Club, coached by Alfie Young. In lane 3, James Robson of Australian National University and the ACT High Performance Programme, coached by Tom Westgarth. In lane 4, Oliver Evans-Wood from Adelaide University, and in lane 5, Alexander Williams from Adelaide University. In lane 6, Darcy James from Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT High Performance Programme. In lane 7, Lachlan Brown from West Australian Rowing Club. In lane 8, Jack Power from UTS Haberfield, and in lane 9, Archie Critchell from Mercantile Rowing Club.
So we'll just run through some of our very important sponsors for this event. These are the sponsors make this event possible, and certainly are much appreciated by all involved in the rowing community. Quest Penrith are the official accommodation partner of Rowing New South Wales, and the place to stay in Penrith, featuring 115 apartment-style hotel rooms, including studio, 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. Quest is a great solution for those looking for accommodation in Penrith, close to Cirque, Penrith Westfield and Penrith train station. The Regatta Shop are the official event merchandise partner of Rowing New South Wales. Check out theregattashop.com.au or head up to the pavilion to see the full range for the 2026 New South Wales Rowing Championships. V Insurance Group is the appointed insurance broker for Rowing New South Wales. As Australia's largest specialist sports and leisure insurance broker, V Insurance has many exclusive resources and solutions available to help protect the rowing community across New South Wales. Pontoon is a proud partner of Rowing New South Wales, developing and manufacturing technically innovative custom sports apparel for schools, clubs, corporate and social teams. Head to pontoonsports.com for details, and we'll come back to more of those sponsors after these races.
Well, it's fast and furious off the start in the Championship Men's Under-23 Single Scull semi-final number 2. At the 500-metre mark, Oliver Evans-Wood, that up-and-coming talented athlete from the South Australian Sports Institute, had taken almost 2 seconds over Alexander Williams, who was a gold medalist in the junior men's double for Australia back in 2024. Lachlan Brown sitting in 3rd position, just 0.14 of a second behind, and even closer, James Robson from ANU and the ACT High Performance Programme there in 4th. And starting to separate now as they progress through the 750-metre mark. Starting to hit their stride, find their rhythm, and sort out the finishing order with only 3 people able to go through to the final, the remainder dropping out of the single scull event.
And Lizzie, we've been blessed with great conditions all day. It's just a little bit hot and steamy out there, but great racing conditions down on the water. Just that hint of breeze, which probably just keeps that temperature just above the water at a nice racing temp.
Wouldn't it be good if it stayed like this all weekend? But let's not kid ourselves. It is the New South Wales State Championships, and weather is one of the challenges. The stormy end of summer heat and rain. Well, it's still pretty close, isn't it? Everybody really jam-packed together here as they come up to the 1,000-metre mark. Oliver Evans-Wood still managing to hang on to a lead. Alexander Williams has now dropped back to 3rd place, and Lachlan Brown from West Australian Rowing Club has moved up to 2nd. James Robson still sitting in 4th, and Jack Power has now moved up to 5th position. That's our UTS sculler. Great to see Oscar Schiel-Gamborg back in the fine boat again after doing a lot of coastal rowing and representing Australia overseas last year.
And some for those online, it's some great views from the cameras around the course. We occasionally get them off the umpire's boat as well, but certainly some great vision, and we hope it's coming across that way at home. But it is a very tight race. Just looking across there at the moment, from up here in the tower, we've got about 5 scullers that only a second or two between them. So it's going to be quite a close race, remembering only 3 of these scullers going through to the final.
And it looks as though it's still a battle between Oliver Evans-Wood of Adelaide University Boat Club in lane 4 and Lachlan Brown from West Australian Rowing Club in lane 7. I would imagine you don't want to come all the way across here and not make it worth it. So Lachlan Brown really giving it a really good push now as they come up to the 500 metres to go. Looks to me as though he's got his nose in front of Oliver Evans-Wood. And then it looks as though James Robson also has started to close up a little. So it looks to me like that's the leading 3 at the moment. And Jack Power coming back strongly in this last 500, being pulled along by West Australian's Lachlan Brown, who continues to lead, but then across to Alexander Williams of Adelaide University. He's having a really good lift there, coming into the last 250. Oliver Evans-Wood still sitting just ahead of him. Oh, a really fast finish now from ANU's James Robson. Oscar Shilgamborg putting a really good effort in, just a little way behind, as is Darcy James from Canberra, and then back to Archie Critchell of Mercantile. A great sprint now coming from, that's Oliver Evans-Wood, isn't it? Really hanging on there. Alexander Williams, Lachlan Brown, neck and neck. Oh, a really good row coming there from Oliver Evans-Wood. Definitely one to watch for the future. Taking out this second semi-final in the men's under-23 single. Narrowly behind it will be Alexander Williams of Adelaide University and West Australians Lachlan Brown. Then it's back to James Robson of ANU and Jack Power of UTS. Then across to Mossman, was it? Yep, then Darcy James of Canberra, and completing our lineup of 8, Archie Critchell of Mercantile Rowing Club. So, confirming then through to the final, Oliver Evans-Wood from Adelaide University, Alexander Williams of Adelaide University, and Lachlan Brown of West Australian Rowing Club. Provisional winning time 7 minutes 21.17. The margins 2.27 and 0.43.
And looking good for the final tomorrow. Nearly identical times for those first 2 heats, so cracking times. But we're moving on to race 58, semi-final number 3. Yes, you heard that right. So we have the men's under 23 single scull semi-final 3, progression first 3 to the final. In lane 2, Fremantle's Remy Payne, coached by David Vandis. In lane 3, University of Queensland Mitchell McGeever, coached by Randall Martin and Lachlan Johnson. Lane 4, Mossman 1, Tobias Elias, coached by Alfie Young. Lane 5, Canberra ACT's Cameron Smith, coach Tom Westgarth. In lane 6, Hawthorn's Max Curry, coached by Tristan Kvetsky and Jamie Forward. In lane 7, West Australia Rowing Club's Joshua Hankey. In lane 8, Adelaide's Jonathan Mackay. And in lane 9, Sydney's Charlie Hine, coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson.
And at the halfway mark, Tobias Elias was leading over Cameron Schmidt. Max Curry sitting in 3rd position. Then it was back to Mitchell McGeever of the University of Queensland, Charlie Hine doing well, sitting in 5th position, Jonathan Mackay in 6th, Joshua Hankey 7th, and Remy Payne 8th. That's at the halfway mark. But as we saw in the last race, things can change quite significantly, especially through the championship quarter, the third 500.
Yeah, it is very, very close. It's going through that 1,000-metre mark. There was only about 5 seconds over the first 5 or 6 scullers, so a lot still do take place over the last 500 metres, but certainly a very tight race. And we're watching Tobias Elias come down to the 1,500-metre mark, and probably is holding about a length's lead over lane 5, which is the Canberra ACT's Cameron Smith. So going across the 1,500-metre mark, that's certainly how it was. A 2.75 advantage over Tobias Elias over Cameron Smith, followed by Max Curry about 1.5 seconds behind. A little bit of a gap back now to Mitchell McGeever with about 2.81 seconds back. Charlie Hine, Joshua Hankey, Jonathan Mackay, and Remy Payne. So the race certainly is on for these the top 3. At the moment, it's Tobias Elias, Cameron Smith, and Max Curry. But Mitchell McGeever not too far out of it, and certainly within striking distance. Once again, beautiful conditions out on the course as they come into the 300-odd metres to go. It is Tobias Elias still holding on to this lead. Certainly not taking his foot off the pedal here, and working all the way through this 500 metres. So off to his left there is the Canberra's Cameron Smith, who's now getting tracked down a little bit. And it does appear to be Max Curry, who's now moved up onto his shoulder and could actually have overtaken him for 2nd position. So they'd be both looking across to Mitchell McGeever over there in lane 3, who's still in with a chance. If he can hit his straps now, he will be in with a chance to get into this final, but no problems whatsoever at the moment for Tobias Elias, and he looks to have extended his lead coming down with about 100 metres to go. The race really on between Curry and Cameron and Smith, so they're certainly pushing all the way down to the line. It looks like Mitchell McGeever may well have just run out of time there, but it will be Tobias Elias Mossman crossing the line to take it, and he's pretty happy about it too. It will be Hawthorn's Max Curry in 2nd, followed by Cameron Smith from Canberra. It will be back to Mitchell McGeever from University of Queensland, Sydney's Charlie Hine, Hawthorn's Joshua Hawke, and Adelaide's Jonathan Mackay, followed across by Remy Payne.
What an excellent, very worthwhile having a 3rd semi-final with that quality of racing. An outstanding win for Tobias Elias from such a young chap in the under-23s. Well done to him. He's taken out semi-final number 3. 2nd, Max Curry from Hawthorn. What a finish. Amazing coming through. Cameron Schmidt from Canberra, who will have to settle for 3rd in this race, but make his way through to the final. Unfortunately, the rest now eliminated from the event. Our official time for Tobias Elias was 7 minutes 22.59, the margins 2.48 and 2.71. Oh no! We've run out of racing and it's so good. So we really encourage you to come back here first thing tomorrow morning, and we'll continue with some excellent, competitive and very interesting racing. I really love seeing the young people of last year moving up the age groups. It's over the years, it's so fascinating seeing the juniors move to under-21s and then up to under-23s. Really lovely seeing school rowers move into club rowing, and what a preview, I suppose, of what we're going to see at the Nationals in a few weeks' time. Very exciting.
Oh, Lizzie, if this is an indication of what the Nationals are going to be, it's going to be an absolute terrific Nationals. And as you say, the progression as they just through the maturity and as they, as they change and they, the different speeds and things they gain and strengths they gain as they get older. It's great to see that progression and play out here in some fantastic racing. But looking forward to tomorrow.
We have got the most massive entry of under 16s and under 17s, but particularly under 16s tomorrow, and particularly on the girls' side. So yeah, really come back tomorrow, have a look. Hope you'll join us on the live stream if you're not able to get here in person. And let's keep our fingers crossed the weather stays like this too. Thank you very much to all our volunteers and to the team at Rowing New South Wales. Thanks to my co-commentators, and we'll look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Day 2 of our New South Wales State Championships 2026.